Welcome, everybody, to the Onward VR Master League Season 12 Round Robin Group B pre-show. My name's Nightfire with two E's. I'm joined by my co-casters Lord Visceral and Jamie this afternoon for some fantastic Group B action. Visceral, how are you doing today?
I am doing fantastic. This is going to be a great day with some excellent Onward.
Jamie, how are you feeling?
On my side, thank you, Nightfire. Looking forward to these matchups today, actually.
Yeah, and let's just get into it here, how we've got here, what the road was to Group B, because there is quite the story for some of these teams. This championship, to start, has a $10,000 in prize pool, $7,000 in cash, $3,000 in hardware. That prize pool comes from our sponsors. A quick shout out to them. They are ProTube VR, HyperX, VR Cover, Downpour Interactive, VRML, and myself, Nightfire. They have all come together to support the Onward Season 12 season here with the 10,000 prize pool. So there's certainly plenty on the line here for the teams playing today. The road to getting into Group B has been long for some. The general idea of how the group stages works is that we take our top 7 teams over the course of a regular season and put them, divide them up into Group A and Group B. That leaves Group B with one remaining spot open for a team to enter into. The Challenger Cup began last weekend, finished last weekend, with no fun intended winning Group A and Raptors winning Group B. Raptors are the previous Season 11 champions, who are working their way up through the Challenger Cup this time to try and, compete for their title again for Season 12. They ended up winning against No Fun Intended yesterday morning in a best of 3, making them the Challenger Cup finalist. They become the 8th team that gets placed into the round robin. Now, like I said, we split these teams into 2 groups. So ranks 2, 3, 6, and 7 played yesterday in round robin Group A. We saw 2 winners come out from that. Those were Error 404 and Rome. They will be moving on to next weekend to play in the semis and the final. Round Robin B is today. It's what we're here to talk about this afternoon. This includes ranks 1, 4, 5, and the Challenger Cup winner, Raptors. And Jamie, I'll start with you because this is more of a EU-dominant group stage here today. What is your general thought process when you saw this group stage, when you saw the teams that were going to be playing today? I mean, how do you feel? How do you feel for Raptors going up against these powerhouses? I mean, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I think every team, to be fair, is probably going to be feeling a little bit of apprehension for any of the opponents they're going to get today.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Beginners, boss fight, they've been here for so long. They've been in these so many times now that, I think both Dead Logic and Raptors are obviously going to be look forward to playing them as well. But yeah, so beginners, boss fight, like I say, they've been here. They've done it all, and yeah, they're going to be ones to watch, really. Dead Logic and Raptors obviously coming up and trying to take their spots.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at teams with a history and teams that have experience, we talked a little bit about it yesterday, Lord Visceral. I mean, beginners and boss fight, these teams know what they're doing in this stage of the game, in this round robin stage. They are no strangers to this format.
Absolutely. Both teams, the boss fight and beginners, been around since Season 2.
Crazy.
And beginners have been champions many times in the past. I believe it was Seasons 3, 5, 7, 8, and 10. Beginners have come out on top, so they are definitely one to watch today. That said, all of these teams are among the best of the best. They play against each other all of the time, and it has gone both ways. We have seen beginners beating boss fight beating beginners, Dead Logic beating beginners, losing to beginners. Everything has every possible combination with these teams has occurred, and so I think we are going to see some amazing plays today.
Yeah, they are no strangers to each other, except for, I should say, Raptors. You know, when we talk about these teams, that Raptors squad doesn't get to play the 3 EU teams that they're going to go up against today until they get into this scenario. And I guess reverse situation too, all 3 EU teams do not know Raptors' play style maybe as well as they would like to, because Raptors, again, coming in through that Challenger Cup, they have not played in the top 10, let alone against the EU teams, in some time. You know, I think, interestingly enough, when you look back at Raptors and how they played in the Challenger Cup and how they played in the Challenger Cup final against No Fun Intended, they had very hard-fought rounds. They were not getting easy W's throughout the course of that Challenger Cup or that Challenger Cup final. They had a hard time breaking through a bunch of different teams up through that Challenger Cup and then the final. Granted, of course, they remained undefeated in that through the Challenger Cup, and they ended up winning the finals. But still, now they are going to be tested at an even higher level. And so I wonder if Raptors are going to be ready for what is a very refined couple of teams here. I mean, Jamie, when we talk about strategy of these squads, I want to sort of start off with boss fight. I guess the narrative I feel like is that EU plays slow, but in my opinion, I feel like at least I guess these 3 teams really do have the ability to go slow and methodical, but also they've sort of been practicing and mastering the quicker pace, I think.
I think it comes down to the outcomes from probably past matches where they've had this kind of scenario, you know, playing against those NA teams. So you've got to kind of adjust and understand how they play to obviously play yourselves and know how to counter it. So on the reverse, though, I think, you know, the NA team's slowly starting to get a little bit slower in some ways themselves. And Raptors, you know, they showed that very well in the Challenger Cup, that they were able to do both those plays. So I don't think the playstyles in that sense are really going to kind of matter much today, not at this level anyway. The important thing is going to be, I think, it's going to come down to the communication from the teams amongst themselves and how they can plan and react to what goes on.
Yeah, we don't talk about it too much, but we certainly should. With a game like Onward, there is no UI in this game, and so it's so vital to communicate. I mean, Lord Visceral, we heard a lot of good communication yesterday. I mean, what are your thoughts? I think it's the like Jamie said, a key element in a good team.
Absolutely. When we were watching yesterday, when we see these top teams play throughout the season, we hear communication.
Yeah, nonstop.
And these teams have all developed their own shorthand for things. You'll hear, like Echo 1, and like just making sure that they can concisely and quickly deliver that information to their team.
Yeah, it's a high level of strategy that I've at least started to hear sort of trickle down into even like the gold and silver tiers in the VRML, the lower divisions, because I think they also recognize the value that the communication brings. So, you know, if you are a new player looking for some tips or tricks, you know, the communication, I think, is one of the most underworked elements of some of these newer squads. But it's a clear need and benefit to these teams at a high level, because, I mean, yesterday we saw some fantastic plays that only came through with communication. I mean, you could literally, after the shots come through, hey, good call out, you know, from their teammate. It's the being able to accurately call out positions too it's all such an incredibly overlooked skill set, where these teams and players really, like you said, have memorized all these locations, all these different angles, all these different positions, and have names for them, so they can go, hey, boom, there's one at this position, there's one at, you know, Hasco, there's one at ambulance, there's one at hospital roof. They have names for everything. so that they can quickly and easily assess the situation. So again, to go back to communication, a key element in these matchups here this afternoon. I do want to take a look at our first set that will be coming down the pipeline in terms of matchups. It is going to be Raptors in Boss Fight on this channel, which is also going live to Horizon Venues and YouTube and Facebook. If you do want to catch that action, you can download Horizon Venues on your Oculus Quest or Quest 2 and enjoy watching this in VR with other people in VR on a giant theater-sized screen. I would highly recommend it. But yes, do go download and check out Horizon Venues. For this channel here, we also will have beginners and Dead Logic over on Onward _VRML. That'll be hosted by Jamie and Lord Visceral. So if you do want to catch all of the action, make sure you have 2 streams up. But I do want to talk about this first matchup. Jamie, what are your thoughts with beginners and Dead Logic to kick things off?
These two teams did come up against each other. Dead Logic took the win in quite an astounding fashion, actually, 12 points to 6. That's a commanding victory, really, and it's not a victory that you would usually see against beginners or a team, that has won the championship so often. So it's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, I think one thing that's really different from the beginners of the past that we really that has that history is that they have lost a few games this season. I mean, Visceral, I think it's 5 games that they've lost already this season.
Yeah, they are currently sitting at a 10-5 win-loss ratio for the season, and we've got a little bit of intel on that. One of their very prominent members and their captain has been a little away lately, and I think that has played in a little bit to their recent record. It would be interesting to see if he is back in time for the round robin and to see if that maybe helps shake up some of what we've seen from them the last few weeks.
Yeah, we'll have to see. All of these teams have deep rosters. They have the ability to bring people in for certain and unique maps. They have that full 8 players available, and so it will be interesting. I imagine, actually, when you think about it, a good point to bring up, Jamie, I don't know if you've recognized it, but Boss Fight is certainly a team that will actually frequently sub in players for different maps.
I think it's a commonly well-known in joke that the Boss Fight roster is bigger than what you see on the VRML page.
Yep.
But that's kind of what happens with a team that's been around for so long. And yeah, they do like to swap people in and out based on what map comes in. So you never truly know what Boss Fight team you're going to be coming up against.
It is a valuable tactic that I feel like only really Boss Fight have mastered to that degree. Certainly, these top teams do have subs for certain maps, but like you said, it's almost become a meme at this point that the Boss Fight team is bigger than their 5-man roster. So, an exciting couple of matchups. We also obviously have Raptors and Boss Fight here on this channel, so that is going to be a fantastic match to tune into. Really going to be interesting to see how Raptors shake up against some of the top squads in the EU. I mean, the top squads in the EU. They are not going to have any easy rounds ahead of them, but they have been playing good. They have made their way up to the Challenger Cup, and it's always the intrigue of Group B is to see how that Challenger Cup winner ends up playing against the best. We are getting close to start time, so I'll start with the first match, and then we'll get to the bigger picture. Who do you think is going to come out on top for your matches, Lord Visceral? Jamie, I'll start with you, Visceral. Who do you think is going to be what do you think that scoreline could look like? Do you think it's going to be for your first matchup?
Oh, so we're going to be starting with Dead Logic versus Beginners, and that is a history right there.
Yeah.
That just based on the most recent history, and again, it could depend on who's able to make it. but I think the edge is going to go to Dead Logic. The last couple of times they've played, Dead Logic did come out on top. So we'll see how that goes, but I'm going to give the edge to Dead Logic.
Okay, Jamie, what are you think beginners are going to be bringing it here in the postseason, or is it going to be Dead Logic for the start of things?
I have to go with beginners personally. Just the experience, I think, is going to take it for me. You know, Dead Logic may be feeling the pressure for this, whereas beginners probably going to be cool, calm, collected. So I've got to give it to them.
Interesting. I think I'm going to go with Boss Fight for my matchup. I know I'm going against the NA crowd here, but that's where I'm going to put my bet. I know we have Sky Joker here. They might attend, but for now, we'll just have their beautiful smile on screen. And now for the overall, your overall picks. Who do you think is going to be our Group B champions? Who's going to be 1 and 2 out of this group stage? It is going to be a all-out battle. I think it's going to be just like yesterday, where we're not going to know who the winner is until we're down into that final 2 maps. But I'll start with you, Lord Visceral. Who do you think is going to be Group B's 1 and 2?
Ooh. You know, I'm thinking that when all is said and done, I think we're going to see Raptors and Boss Fight move on.
Interesting. Raptors, the contender for their title. Jamie, who do you think is going to be 1 and 2 out of Group B?
Like I say, over the experience, so beginners, Boss Fight, both of those guys going to take it for me.
An EU, surprise, that we got 2 EU picks there. Yeah, you know, it's hard. It is really hard to decide who's going to come out here. I think someone was right. Did anybody get it right yesterday, now that I think about it? Because I don't know if anybody said Rome.
I believe that I began Rome and then changed my tune partway through and ended up regretting it. And I was thinking Rome was going to take it, and I ended up being right, but just lost confidence in myself partway through the matchups.
Okay. Well, I have to put my prediction out there for Group B. I think I'm going to go with... I feel like it's going to be Boss Fight and Raptors. I do think that's probably 2 good picks, but they're it's... Who knows? We could be very wrong. Dead Logic could come out on this and surprise us here this afternoon. We will find out in just a few minutes, 10 minutes to be precise, if the teams start exactly on time. Regardless, we'll be back in 10 minutes to get ready for our first matchup of the day. As a reminder, on this channel and on venues, we have Raptors and Boss Fight coming up. Let me go through the whole list of games quick here, though. We have Raptors Boss Fight here, and then Dead Logic Beginners on Onward _VRML. Round 2 is Beginners and Raptors here, and Boss Fight and Dead Logic over on Onward _VRML. And round 3 is Beginners and Boss Fight here, and Raptors versus Dead Logic. So if you want to follow Dead Logic, you can over on Onward _VRML, as that's where their 3 games will be. But we do have to go and get ready for the action. So a shout out to my analyst desk this afternoon, Visceral Jamie. Thank you for your input and your insight. I'm looking forward to these matchups. We may talk more if there's another break like we had yesterday, where we can discuss the matches in between games. But for now, stick around. We will be right back, 10 minutes time, with more VRML action, the start of round robin Group B. Don't go anywhere. welcome everybody to the Onward VR Master League Season 12 Round Robin Group B. My name's Nightfire with 2 E's. I'm joined by my co-caster, the Sky Joker. Sky, how are you feeling today?
Oh man, a sudden start to my day, but I'm here, I'm ready, and I'm excited. If today's gonna be anything like yesterday, man, we're in for it, Nightfire.
Yeah, I couldn't wake you up for the pre-show, but we got you here now, and it's going to be an exciting afternoon of Onward. The start of our day is Boss Fight and Raptors, and if you're tuning in and don't know what you're looking at, beneath us is a bunch of 2B determines. Each team gets to ban 2 maps. There is a selected map pool that was picked by the moderation team for this season. I think it's basically the same map pool that was... Oh gosh, we got to go right into it. I don't have time to talk. We'll play the bans, but there's 2 bans apiece. Our first map is going to be Quarantine. And, you know, there's going to be plenty of time between rounds to dive into the real nitty-gritty of this matchup, but this is going to be a good one, Sky, and we get to check out how this NA squad that's made it through the Challenger Cup will do against Boss Fight, who is, well, a very good EU team.
And we're not going to have to wait too long
No
to
way.
see how it happens with the quick spawn coming in, shots already being fired onto the Raptor defense. Nothing seems to have landed, though, but a lot of information from both sides to be had.
And it's interesting here is that Woods took these shots early from that quick spawn, but Boss Fight did not push out from that quick spawn. You know, I think one thing we've seen today is that a lot of teams have gotten this spawn and just challenged the defense straight up on this west side corner, but Woods isn't trying to do that. If anything, they just wanted to draw the attention to this side intentionally so that the rest of this team could rotate. I see Woods is staying patient in that little at downed plane, and again, the rest of the team is on a big rotation, working their way all the way over to the east side.
It's definitely a very interesting strategy here, almost like a distraction with the flank. I just gotta wonder, will they be able to get past the Soldiers and Messino duo?
I'll tell you what, the timing is perfect. Boss Fight, as soon as Radar gets to the center, they start to draw attention back to the west with more LMG fire. And Radar can slowly work their way up through this midfield here and get potentially into a position where they can challenge a couple of defensive angles with some utility, like Messino, who's on that inside ledge there, and they could get danger close to objective. Rypik's going to take some shots over from this side. Actually shoots down a drone, and I wonder if they were identified before that drone went down.
As soon as Radar Head clears this tank, he's going to be in danger of Soldier Z. So it's just going to be a matter of, does he check the window in time?
Oh, look at that. They are looking at the windows. Certainly wary of that potential threat. Rypik's still paying. I mean, look at the Raptors' defense here. They are not getting over-aggressive. They're playing very disciplined. And they're just not overextending at all where Boss Fight can find any sort of angle or pick. Now, that could change if Radar continues to peek here. Oh, Scooby's actually going to find an M203 shot through the gap and down one in the corner. Radar quickly confirms that. Soldiers,
that's a key pickup.
Has the angle, and like you said, a key pickup.
Yeah, that was exactly what they needed in order to get into the south and gain a little bit of control. You see Messino adjusting just slightly to try and cover that, but Scooby has already made it across. And now with that smoke, that's going to distract Messino just a little bit. And even more smoke, that's going to completely cover Messino's line to the other side. And I see Woods picking up Marksman once again, going to weaken that defense and open up some new gaps.
Uh-oh. They're looking for a cap here. Look at these smokes, beautifully encircling the objective, denying Soldiers vision. Tiger Striker could jump down from the second story. Is that a nade coming in? It is. It finds Messino. Objectives clear. What a beautiful play. Radar heads here, pushing up on the corner. Tablets out. Tiger Strike's yelling out different numbers as Radar punches in the code. More utility coming in. Flashes to deny Radar Head the ability to cap. Radar's trying to punch the code in blind. Nobody can see Radar here, who's tucked in. Soldiers is firing around the corner, and they have to take the shot. Radar couldn't get it.
Sorry.
But the flash there, and what I mean, boss fight have come to play today.
That, you know, Raptors had a darn near perfect defensive setup,
Yep.
but man, that boss fight attack, just solid
Chef's
execution.
kiss. You know,
I mean, they took out one gap. They took out one at a time, opened up one gap that they needed, and
yeah, I mean, the M203 shot through the hole in the wall to get down their first kill so they can cross the street. Then all three of those smokes that get applied completely surrounding the objective and denying vision on anybody that wants to push up. The nade kill up over the top, right into the center of the smokes to kill the one on defense. I mean, it was just so well orchestrated. And like you said, it felt like Raptors were in control the whole time on defense until that play goes out there and is executed. Now, here's the real high-level stuff, Sky, that I like to kind of dig into is, does Raptors start to think and analyze boss fight at a real micro level and say, okay, look, they pushed it 2 minutes. So let's be sure that even if we're feeling confident that when it comes to 2 minutes, we really kind of maybe go for rotations or look for a peak or get ready for that push in a different way. Maybe we throw out some utility just cautiously, you know, try and counter their timing. You know, who knows what sort of different ways you could play to sort of counter your opponent's pace. But, I mean, that was textbook boss fight timing. They get set up the first 4 minutes, they execute on 2, and if it doesn't work well on 2, then they still have some time to adjust. Back to it we go, and we're seeing some defensive smokes for boss fight to kick things off for round 2. A lot of
all
defensive
the
smokes,
smoke
guy.
coming out. Yeah, they are not risking any sight lines early on. But fortunate for them, Raptors getting the far off spawn, so they're going to have all the free time in the world to get to where they want to go.
Yeah, it's going to be everyone relatively uncontested getting set up on both sides, truly, with that Raptors splitting off into a 4-1, sending 4 up onto that north side, and Rypick staying here in the south. Quite the different strategy here, Sky. Literally the opposite play getting put into effect from Raptors. And, well, we'll see if boss fight are ready for this side of the attack.
Interestingly enough, this is both teams' most played map of the season.
Wow.
So definitely a strong pick for either team.
Yeah, you know,
And
that
it's showing.
the round robin format giving each team 2 bans, you really do end up kind of getting rid of, you know, oftentimes your opponent's strengths, but more oftentimes your weaknesses. And so there isn't really a map that's available to be picked that you're bad at. Scooby
Echo 3,
catches
Marsoc 1, Echo 3,
Rypick
Marsoc
on
1.
one side, and I believe that was Woods that tagged and downed one on the west. I don't think they can get the confirmation, though, and so they're going to wait and see if this res comes through and if they can tag them, but it's a bit risky, really, to be peeking out this doorway. Oftentimes, teams will just dump rounds into the doorway. The res does come through.
Katie, heal my guy in the west.
Can't quite get the confirm.
South of door, yeah, he's on the doorway of south.
You
roof.
notice Tiger and Soldiers just proning across, attempting to get to their cover that they need, knowing that angle is dangerous. But now they can continue their approach.
Yeah, it looks... I don't know. We'll see how this ends up playing out for Raptors. See if they can line up their timing right, but I think one threat that maybe they're not considering is that radar head is inside that 2-story. Or, excuse me, the garage there.
Yeah, I was just watching him. He's rotating a lot. I thought he was going to push for a flank, but no, he is just maintaining his hold on this middle building. And once the action kicks off, he'll be able to hit the windows facing the tank and look on their backs, basically, as Raptors probably assume that building is clear.
They also can play a bit more of an up-close threat by popping up into this, out of this hole from the parking garage. And the only, of course, danger is that soldiers could spot that head popping up out of that hole, and if only the head is exposed, well, you're going to be instantly dead if you get shot. So it is a bit of a risk that Radar's taken. I know, it's
right onto Tiger, almost. Oh, but Messino
Front.
finds his back.
Yep.
Getting a little too risky with
he
that
ducked down
peeking
really
out the
fast.
hole.
nice start, or at least a nice rebuttal there for Raptors. Even the odds just a bit. I'll have to focus over here on the hospital defense, as they are certainly running into a little bit of a battle there. Marksman goes down. Icy Woods wins that firefight, has a little bit more cover, really just shooting through a tiny slice, and so ends up winning that negotiation. Tiger Striker still trying to work up, firing rounds over into Woods' direction, but not quite connecting.
We're just under the 2-minute mark now. Raptors are really going to have to make something happen. Messino's a little disjointed all the way in the back there.
They'll be popping up in the center, and if the timing's right, they should be able to push this objective somewhat
Minute 15.
together. It's, of course, up to how Icy Woods really defends and holds this, because he's the one that has that line of sight up through the center. And interestingly enough, they're going to drop off. Icy Woods has dropped off of the upstairs angle. They're going to go down to the front of objective and cover that. And they're going to run into Soldiers, who finds the kill. Front of objective's open. Scooby-Doo has to watch it. Do they turn around and look? The Cap's coming in. They find Soldiers. Raptors nearly had two, but Scooby's able to deny it. Messino hears those shots, and the smoke is literally just maybe a second too late. If that smoke had come in before, Scooby wouldn't have been able to see that Cap attempt. Sayonara has tucked in, but we're into a 2v2. Scooby-Doo has to push out. They cannot hold that small slice in the wall, as Messino has smoked them out. And Sayonara is going to rotate back inside. Messino is going to continue to push to objective. Tiger Striker and Sayonara fighting it out inside. Messino's on OBJ, tries to tuck in. Everybody wins their fight on Boss Fight's side. And
with their tablets in their hands.
Raptors, I mean, going for the Cap, but not able to shut down Scooby. And you could hear Scooby, who's now 4-0, say these guys are all dying with their tablets in their hands. And you know, it's so fun to watch these top teams go and risk these caps and try and execute these plays, but there is a risk. And you know, sometimes we see the cap come in, sometimes it's too late, but there's moments like that happen too, right, Sky, where that cap attempt ends up losing you around. Like, well, Raptors could be 1-1 right now.
Yeah, 100%. The cap attempts are always so risky. You are getting rid of your rifle to pull out this tablet and expose yourself out in the open where everybody knows you could be there, especially when the action is happening, and they could run up on you at any second and you cannot defend yourself. So, but those 2 points look rather nice, especially in this format where it's only 2 maps and everything's on the line. 2 points is nice.
Yeah, it really is. Boss Fight looking good here at the start of this series. I mean, they're just it's top tier Onward, very disciplined, and now we get to see their attack and see if they can stay as coordinated as they were on their last Marsoc push. This objective in particular, Sky, I feel is certainly one that can be capped on. And they do have a bit of a quick spawn up in the north there. So Boss Fight could apply pressure early if they so choose.
Yeah, with both teams clearly having cap in mind, this is the objective they're going to want, or at least one of them. All that cover around the objective, add some smoke to it. Whew.
And a whole lot of silence.
Very dangerous. But as we've seen, both teams using flashbangs as a preventative measure for capping. We'll just have to see how it goes.
Radar is working their way up to challenge potentially soldiers here on the bottom floor. Soldiers snaps over to that doorway as they hear the footsteps. And Radar tries to quiet it down. It looks like they were also heard from that second floor. I'm not sure, but Rypick is dialed in, and Radar Head does not have any hope of pushing out of that doorway. A nice pickup there. Soldiers potentially up next could be Woods and Soldiers if Woods continues to push down this west side. But either way, Raptors have started things off nicely on their defensive round.
Scanning around here, looking for any weaknesses in the Raptors' defense. It's pretty solid. If they take out Messino, they open up a central approach. Taking out Marksman's going to be tough, but that would be how they would get to gas station.
One thing you may have
And
just
all of these positions.
noticed
go
there
ahead.
with Icy Woods is they dropped back from the two-story and then started to communicate, and even then kept it pretty quiet when they were communicating over the radio. The intent there to really minimize their audio profile, and if Woods had maybe given those call-outs where they are now, or Icy Woods, excuse me, had given those call-outs where they are now, it would have given away their position. Woods stays quiet and does find soldiers. And so it just goes to show you how important it is to stay quiet like that, and for how important it was for Woods to drop back. Otherwise, I think Woods 43 would have died. I mean, the brothers have worked up now, and, well, things are even 4-4.
Coming up on the 3-minute mark now. Taking a look at how the offense is pushing up. Brothers taking over the Impact. Scooby-Doo slowly making his way up the center towards Impact. A little far behind because he was running that drone, which just got shot down. And then you got Sayonara meeting up with the Woods. They were moving up the south, but it seems they've rotated back.
That was a little team fire there from Scooby-Doo.
It really looks like
where
a player.
they were shooting, but wow, look at this. Scooby is using a crack in the wall to look for information.
Not gonna find any. Those Raptors are tucked into the rear. Oh, Rypick picking up another from that scaffolding.
It's a dangerous place to be. You have some penetrable cover there. Flash comes up and over, and just like that,
Oh,
Icy Woods
wow.
puts rounds through the ramp and finds the kill. As I say it comes true, and Raptors down to 3, but so are Boss Fight. And like you said, Scooby-Doo's a bit off from the rest of the team, and so this push on the west isn't quite as strong as it could be. Scooby is potentially going to get up into that 2-story. Then they could be a threat down onto Messino, but Messino is here waiting. Sayonara almost comes pushing up past the corner, but doesn't. Messino certainly hears these footsteps.
Yeah, Sayonara definitely dealing with two swords right now. Just try to strike on the side, and Messino up ahead. Unfortunately, Sayonara not aware of that potential angle, exposes himself to it. Now into a 2v3 coming up on the 60-second mark. Scooby-Doo really needs to make a move here.
Yeah, they're going to peek up from that 2-story and look for anything they can find. YC Woods has been sort of scanning and pillaging the space for resources off of downed enemies and teammates, and Messino's just barely avoiding detection here. If their elbow was peeking out any bit more, Scooby-Doo would have this kill. They just don't quite have the angle onto Messino. That flash works. Messino has to go prone. Scooby's looking at one. Do they take the shots? It's both of these. They both took their time on trying to line up those shots. Insane. Messino now takes fire at Woods, and down they go. 20 seconds left. They have to push out. Scooby-Doo is alone now in a 1v3. Gonna have to go across Tiger Striker. Marksman, several defensive angles, and they don't have the time to cap. So really, Raptors just have to tuck in. But it doesn't happen. Tiger finds the kill. Marksman had the confirm. Raptors put a round on the board and do not let Boss Fight run away with this.
That was a solid defensive round for Raptors. Boss Fight just getting caught out by some maybe unusual / unexpected angles that they just weren't prepared for.
The Messino position in particular really paying off. 3-1 there on the KD feed after that round. I think they found all 3 kills in that corner, and so really a key element in the defense. If Messino wasn't there, I think Boss Fight had way more control over that objective space. So hats off to them. And again, what we saw was quite literally a slice, an inch to the right, and Messino's dead. But because they stay tucked in and do not move from their defensive position that they trust in their other teammates to hold where they're holding, they avoid that detection from Scooby-Doo, and that in itself saves them and gets them another kill. So, it's really impressive to see the discipline from these players right now, and particularly the Raptors squad, even after being down 2-0, to hold their angles like that. It ultimately won them that round, in my opinion.
Yeah, up in these higher tiers of play, it's all about that discipline, the patience, the mental game, and you gotta wonder, can Raptors maintain that mentality throughout this whole round robin? There's 6 maps that need to be played.
Right.
We saw them do it in the Challenger Cup. We saw them do it last season to make their way all the way to the top. So it's definitely expected that they can do it.
They have been playing a bit more Onward, if you think about it. They did have a series yesterday, so that also could be a factor. Maybe that keeps them loose. Maybe it makes them tired. I don't know. But I'm sure it in some way impacts their mindset going into this morning's games. An early start, though, from Raptors. I think that was some LMG fire right out the gate. If that was detected, then Boss Fight should be aware that it was a south spawn for the Raptors offense.
Raptors have taken their opportunity to spread out as much as they can and gather some early lines, see if they can gather any information. However, it doesn't appear that they're going to get any, as Boss Fight have moved into their positions and they are tucked in pretty well. Most of them around the objective, Lil Sayonara being the most pushed out position along with Radar Head next to him.
They're ready and waiting for this west approach, but they will be waiting. Raptors with that south spawn are not going for that quick strike, that full press that we saw from teams like Peacekeepers yesterday. They are really, like you said, spreading out, and that can take some time on a map like Quarantine. You really got to wait for your team to get settled and in position over on those north sides. As I say that, it seems that Rypick and Messino are going to continue to push forward, and there's a little, I don't know if disconnect, but I guess Marksman is just sitting back looking for sniping on the backside. So the line here for Raptors is a 4-1 line with a sniper in the back there to overwatch. An interesting attack, offensive setup, but we'll see how it pays off. It's just a matter of now Messino pushing up into burning building and challenging the defense that is waiting patiently for Raptors to come into their lines of sight.
So Marksman was all the way in the back running a drone. Rypick did shoot it, or Icy Woods did shoot it down. However, Marksman was able to get some information, and he just relayed all of that to the team. I believe he called out Sayonara and someone else I didn't catch.
Yeah, you can see Messino and Rypick both cautious of Sayonara's position. Several lasers dialed into that hole in the wall. But Sayonara's, like we saw with that previous angle at the plane, it's staying tucked in and disciplined, and no one's going to be able to root them out unless there's an M203 on that ledge or someone pushes into burning. No one will be able to pick out Sayonara until they cross into their line of sight.
Marksman just called out he's not peeking, but you might want to try and bait him. An interesting strategy you see a lot in Onward. Maybe you take a couple shots hoping they'll peek on it. Maybe make some sounds thinking that they'll just rush around the corner and look for you.
There it is.
There's the suppression. And there he goes. He crosses over, and he's going to take a second angle. He's going to face the other way. Marksman definitely is not going to expect that.
Yeah, he's reading this distraction and thinking, why am I being suppressed? They must have seen me here in the corner. So I'm going to move to at least a different corner and hold what could be a rotation angle. They do obviously lose cover of that burning building entirely, and it does allow for this team to continue to push forward. But they do have Radar Head here to support, and Radar could either push up into the second floor or go down to the bottom. They're going to go up to the second floor, and if they so choose, they could have some great lines down onto this offense that's pushing them.
Yeah, it's going to be all about Radar grabbing that angle late while Rypick, Tiger, and Soldiers are making crosses. But Marksman is going to keep the pressure on this building, which is going to make it hard for them to make that move. But Sayonara manages to take down Marksman. That is key, because now Impact can focus on this push that's coming out from the rest of the Raptor squad.
It's really the Woods brothers that are holding down this Raptors team, trying to work their way up through gas station. Rypick finally finds Woods 43. Icy Woods reads the tablet and sees they've lost one, and on-objective defense isn't exactly strong. As Rypick flies through, they try to get past Radar Head, who saves that cap attempt from coming in. And on the backside, Scooby-Doo goes down. Little Sayonara could be looking for more, but this push is past their line of sight now, and they're trying to work up to objective with 30 seconds left.
Sayonara has a pretty good opportunity to come in from the back of this Raptor squad now. It's just a matter of, does he push that? Messino going down to Radar, who's got this locked down. Oh, but Soldiers with a quick reflex manages to shut down Sayonara, but Radar Head just continues to obliterate the Raptors' push from the tail of the plane. A similar position to what we saw Messino take in the previous round. Boss fight going up to 3 points.
They just did not see Radar there. They kept trying to cross, and Radar was just sitting on the plane wing and shut down everybody that was going for the cap. And I don't blame Raptors for going for that cap play. You can't, because it's the right choice to be making. It's just they didn't have enough utility to be committing to that cross with tablets out. You know, you have to make that cross with your gun drawn and suppressive fire at the least. But the second time here for Raptors that they have died and lost a round going for caps, And hey, you know, maybe the third time's the charm. We'll have to see if Raptors can get there as they go on to the defensive, and we do swap objectives over the north.
There's a lot of pressure on Raptors now with Boss Fight up on 3 map point,
yeah.
possibly. And on attack, on an objective like this, it's pretty tough to get some solid defending angles for an objective like this, because a lot of them will expose yourself to various angles that are really hard to cover. However, there's a lot of open area that the offense has to cross in order to get to it at the same time. So it's just a matter of rotating and getting some long lines of sight.
Yep. Let's see what Raptors can do. Boss Fight off to a good start here, and I believe beginners, spoiler alerts, have, spoiler alerts, won their first match.
Marksman will call your spot if they cross it. Watch up top. They might shoot you across, Marksman.
All right, so the offense doing a 3-2 split here. The 3 making their way towards impact, going to try and take it over. Soldiers, the one who's going to have to stop this push with Rypick, who's outside of it. However, he does have coverage to one of the entryways.
Okay, I guess that's Soldiers.
So it's just going to be a matter of how they push this, but Soldiers, wow, shuts the ramp down. A double for Soldier Z. Good hold to stop that impact from being taken over, which
Yeah.
is a powerful position to be on offense for an objective like this.
There's more on me, more on me.
It's impressive that Raptors are ready for this, because Boss Fight have been throwing out a different tempo, and now suddenly they do challenge within the first minute, and Soldiers is there and denies them entry into this building. And it definitely does force a shift in Boss Fight and their play. Oh,
No
Sayonara, what?
Wow. What a grenade right into the doorway. A perfect placement to get Soldier Z.
Come on.
Echo 4 got the one that got
What
those
a
two.
beautiful toss. See if I caught that on
Nice
the
name.
replay. Oh,
No
we did.
radios coming in. If you're wondering what I said, it's Echo 4 got the one big boy.
Fantastic.
Oh,
Now, the next issue to deal with is going to be Rypick if they want to continue a Western approach.
yeah, them. Rypick and Tiger Striker are both holding on that side. Oh, and there's Rypick blasting away as Sayonara drops down. We're into a full-on fight on the side here. Sayonara with the iron sights trying to catch Rypick down. Doesn't find those shots, and then they finally
Ooh.
connect
Echo
into
3
a
traded.
trade.
Safe for revive, Whiskey Green. Big
It can
boy.
be Reds, though,
Up on
and
West
this will
Alley.
turn things into a 3-3. With Woods rotating here, they will get the res, and I'll have to see how the trio for Raptors can hold things down. They seem to be set up into decent positions, albeit Tiger Striker is a little bit vulnerable to that west flank.
Exactly what Boss Fight needed. They've opened up a lot of real estate to use over in the west, and now they've got Icy Woods over in the east, who's going to be able to gather some attention. Hopefully finds Marksman before Marksman gets his scopes onto him. And now just passing the 3-minute mark, it's all going to come down to timing of the push. Woods going to take the rooftop of impact. He'll be able to see most of the defense from up there.
Yeah, and they do have a good pinch here set up, but the only thing Woods can't see is Tiger Striker unless they work their way up forward into Tiger Striker's line of sight. You can see Tiger is wary of that rooftop threat, and it doesn't seem like Woods does want to challenge there. We do have a cross coming through from Icy Woods. They go down. Now Woods 43 pops up over to find Tiger Striker into a trade. Sayonara is alone for Boss Fight with 2 minutes left. Raptors just 2 players away from losing map 1. Let's see if Sayonara can clutch it or if Raptors can keep this map number 1 alive for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. Marksman has moved off the barrels. He originally was opting for a possible position to hold some closer angles. As the time ticks down, he's a little bit more wary of a closer engagement. Will Messino peek out, though?
Yep, they do.
He does and finds Sayonara. Raptors go up another point, trying to catch up to the Boss Fights 3, holding themselves in map number 1.
Whew. Got ourselves a bit of a matchup here this afternoon. Raptors not letting go of quarantine just yet. They will now go on the attack, though, and I do feel that this North OBJ is pretty tough to break through to. I don't know about you, Sky, but I feel like it's very rarely won, or capped on at least. And if Raptors are going to continue to think about a cap, which I imagine they will, considering they're a cap away from winning the map, they could end up getting caught into that same trap that they have been these last few rounds, where they've died with tablets in their hands.
Yeah, I gotta wonder if there's gonna be a change in mindset, though. They know the risk. Yeah, they're 1 cap away from winning the map. A boss fight is 1 hold away from winning the map. And with this objective being so out in the open, do they just have a little powwow team meeting intent and go, okay, guys, no cap, get the kills, win the round, and let's continue on, and we'll get our next Volk defense, and we'll take map 1.
Yeah.
We've been dying so much with our tablets in our hands. Let's make an adjustment here. Or maybe they do throw some curveballs,
Yeah.
dump smoke on the objective, and go for it. We'll just have to wait and see.
They're not going to get the quick spawn. Way down in the south. It will give them the options to spread out and pinch from north and south. And it looks like that is going to be the plan. Messino likely to go up onto this 2-story, and then they're going to send 2 to the south and 2 to the north. Oh, Messino's actually just going to go right up the middle.
One confirmed is that white car. One's that white car.
Marksman taking some shots onto Scoob. Scoob having to heal now. A little upset about being shot at.
Apparently they call him that for a reason.
And now the hold comes out. Sayonara and Icy Woods going to be the ones to take impact. Oh, nice shots from Radar Head from the north. That north side of the rooftop. Going to find Rypick making a cross.
Danger close to someone.
Yeah,
And that's going to put the upper hand into a boss fight.
Cutting down that element is big. It allows the rest of the defense to sort of focus into the center of the map a little bit more. We'll see if Radar ends up doing that and takes control of that rooftop or not, but Raptors down 1, and Raptors still trying to set up. You can see Marksman on another long rotation. They're going to go and try their hand at working over onto that east side. Messino very slowly getting across the stairs here, going prone to avoid any detection from the rooftop, and then standing up at a random point to, I guess, catch off anybody that would be looking down to this line of sight, but they are not. And Messino, now hearing those shots, continues to work forward through the center. It's just really a matter of time before Raptors are in position to, I guess, move into phase 2. Oh, Radar goes down.
So it should be Echo 4. Echo
Wow,
4
a
in.
solid
Northeast is
shot
dead.
from Marksman.
Yeah.
1 shot and dead.
Yeah, copy. Let's try to clear out some spots over here.
That's a key pickup. Going to open up the center for
Still got 4 up,
Raptors.
still 4 up.
A little bit of a
330 on
gap
progress,
that they can
330.
utilize in order to gain some new angles. Going to get pretty close to the objective if they choose to use that.
Please try to get
get eyes on impact, broken wall.
Soldiers is finally working their way up onto the west side. Tiger Striker has been sitting in this position for the last 2 minutes, waiting for their team to work up, listening in to this defense running around, likely hearing Icy Woods rotating around. You can see they're cautious of anyone up onto that second floor because I'm sure they heard Woods, and maybe they didn't, as Woods does find Tiger through that porthole window. That's another kill for Boss Fight. Raptors down to 3.
Raptors just struggling to dig out these defenders here. And Soldiers all alone to try and take on the duo of Impact. Keep an eye on him to see how he manages this. Sayonara going to be the first one to engage, and he finds him. A nice little exchange of fire. Soldiers just not quite connecting. Now down to just Marksman all the way in the east. And Messino coming up center.
One in the northeast.
2 minutes left, so they have time.
He crossed the cash trucks.
And Marksman has been landing shots, although I don't know if they're going to be ready for Woods on this quick rotation.
Wow.
I got him.
A
Echo
key
one.
pickup as well. Gonna take down the long range. Oh,
Can't connect
wow.
down Woods 43, and a double comes through for Woods to wrap it up for a boss fight in map 1. They take their map pick, and a solid performance from both teams, truly. But I think boss fight just came out with a little bit more energy, and that Marsoc round ends up setting them up for the 4-2.
Yeah, the beginning was all boss fight needed to get that lead.
Yeah.
Winning their offense, winning their defense, and then Raptors being put on their back feet, kind of wondering, well, where do we go from here? And then the cap attempts just not working in their favor, allowing boss fight to come out of this with the W. But now we're going to go into Raptors map pick, and we'll see if that kind of changes the tempo for them.
Yeah, it's well, it's a tough choice to make, you know, because like we've talked about the ban. Well, I guess we haven't, but each team gets 2 bans here, so the map pool is more limited than it would be in a best of 3. The intention is to give each team a map pick that is the closest it can be to even in terms of preference for both teams. So like we saw with Quarantine, both teams very good on Quarantine. I imagine the remaining maps are maps that both teams have are comfortable on, and there's really not going to be any easy round wins throughout the course of this group stage. And so, again, just I guess highlight those bans. Boss Fight have banned Subway and Cargo, and Raptors have banned Abandoned and Tanker. We're only showing 1 ban down below, but they do have 2. And so we have Quarantine, we have Downfall as an option. It looks like we have some technical issues we have to deal before we can get into map 2, because we are patiently waiting to know where we are going for map number 2. It looks like Snow Peak. Sky, what are your thoughts on Raptors picking into the gamble of Snow Peak, in that you could get close range, you could get long range?
Well, as we see from the Raptors squad, they have both, and they do both very well. So I suspect that goes into why they like Snow Peak. They have the variety. It's a map of variety. Going in to take a look at their stats here, looking at the boss fight squad on Snow Peak, it is not one of their strongest maps. Going and looking at Raptors in particular, they have a 2 out of 2 win rate on it.
Interesting. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess the map pool is limited, right? They don't want to go to Downfall because Boss Fight have some very good shooters on their team, and When you go into a long-range map like Downfall, it really does lend itself to that. But at the same time, Raptors have marksmen on their side. And so both squads do have that range capability as well. And like you said, it's why they've likely picked into this map here so that they can play into that strength of variety. We won't be going to range for the first objective on Snow Peak. We'll be sticking into that close quarters indoors. And I wonder if we're going to see any subs. As we do wait for rosters to fill, we do see some subs. Legal is coming in for Icy Woods on the boss fight side, and we're waiting for Raptors to populate their 5th. But I don't think we've seen subs for Raptor. Oh, did we? I'm wondering if I'm trying to think if we saw a sub for Raptors yesterday. Yeah, we did. I think they brought Icy in at one point, and so I know the Raptors also do have that roster that they can dip into. And so we'll have to see what they end up bringing here into Snow Peak. But interesting to see that. Oh, and maybe I'm wrong on the substitute. It looks like Radar is out now, and maybe Icy Woods will come back in. Boss Fight's still trying to figure out their roster, and it doesn't look like we're getting a shakeup on Raptors' side. Soldiers is in on Raptors, and so we'll just wait for that 5th from Boss Fight. Maybe we'll see who it is, but they are definitely subbing in Legal. A quick shout out to everyone that is tuning in, whether you're on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, or Horizon Venues. For those that don't know, Horizon Venues is an app you can download on your Quest or Quest 2 for free. You can watch these games in VR on with other people in VR in front of a giant theater-sized screen. It's a really cool way to watch these games. And a shout out to anybody that is in Venues now, enjoying this fine Group B action this afternoon. We have 5 maps left today, including Snow Peak, and so it is a long day ahead of us of Onward. Charge your headsets between matches if you are watching in Venues so that you can watch all day, and be ready for some good quality Onward, as his Group B is already delivering 4-2 from Boss Fight and Raptors. Impressive to see. The thing is that's interesting to talk about, Sky, and something that we talked a little bit about yesterday, is the pace of these teams, right? If beginners can finish their series fast enough, there is potential that they can then sit down and watch their opponent play for a whole map, practically. With the pace that Boss Fight and Raptors have been going at, it seems to be much slower than what beginners and Dead Logic have been playing at, and it's definitely an advantage for 18 to be able to finish their series first and then be able to watch their next opponent. And it's just the nature of the game, you know. If the matches are broadcast, the same can go for Boss Fight. They can go back and watch the VOD and watch, you know, their opponent playing and get ready for it to that extent. But depending on how these teams perform, it could become a strength or a weakness, right? It could become a deterrent in that the team could see their opponent play well on this map and then not want to pick it, or they could see them play bad and want to pick into it. And so that could factor into the bans of the teams going into the next round. It's all sorts of mind games, Sky, that go in to this high level of postseason gameplay.
Yeah, all of the... At this level, you're trying to find all the advantages you can, whether it's information, whether it's strategy, and all of these teams have it. But all these teams have fought each other a lot throughout the various seasons. They've scrimmed each other. They know each other. But that doesn't mean they can easily counter each other. The reason why positions and approaches and attacks and loadouts are meta is because they work. They are very powerful. And just because you know them, that's only half the battle. You still have to be able to counter what you know.
We get to see what these teams know. As we get in to map number 2, we see a second sub coming in for boss fight on the roster there with Archer
If nobody
joining in. That was the wait.
What do you want?
And now we'll see
My usual.
Yeah. Oh shit.
how this 5-man squad fares against the Raptors team that, again, has not subbed out anybody. It's the same 5 Raptors that just played and lost on quarantine. But now we're on Snow Peak for round 1. And it looks like it's going to be a while, Sky. Whoa. Felt like an early C4.
Yeah, Woods threw it in a spot where it went through the texture, and realizing that since it was inside of something, he probably couldn't use it legally, he just blew it. So that way it wouldn't affect anything.
I'd love to see that. The care for, well, following the rules.
Oh, they hear each other. Lil Sinor and Tiger Striker battling it out here in the tunnels.
I think Tiger Striker's completely blind, but with the power of the LMG, they can absolutely jump rounds out, and Sayonara tries to push through the pipes and get across to find shots onto Tiger, but cannot. And Tiger is going to start things off for Raptors nicely. Gets 1 kill. And if they do try and advance up further, they could potentially run into Lego. As I say that, Lego is going to drop back, get closer to the objective, and tuck in. So it is going to come down to, well, I guess now Woods battling it and taking some shots. Is that Woods? Now, where was Woods shooting?
I got the north.
Utility coming out, not quite effective.
They don't
boss
know that,
fight
though.
down 1 to Raptors 5. It's going to be really tough to hold this down if Raptors manage to breach all these doors at once.
Yeah, the real thing you want to avoid is sending your team in one at a time through these doorways and going into that defense's hand. Rypick is already smoking this door, and nobody else is really anywhere close to their doorways. Woods still has an angle up over the smoke, and they see Rypick cross but hold their fire. That could be dangerous for future players that try and cross the doorway. Wow, Woods still doesn't
I'm not sure
shoot.
if Woods can see.
I feel like they can. They're looking.
Well, now he definitely can as the smoke dissipates. But, and more smoke comes up right as it does.
Woods adjusts position. Scooby comes in with utility, and they go down to blind fire. Nade was
Raptors
dropped.
just forcing rotations.
Oh, Lego does peek out and catch Tiger Striker. Utility
Now up
comes in.
to Woods to guard this. Soldiers pushing blindly into the room, manages to get inside. Now looking for Archer, but Archer with the quick reflexes finds him. Now Rypick's going to try his attempt at breaching. Right next to Woods as the smoke goes away. Woods able to find the kill. Now Raptors down to 2 against boss fights 3.
And just a little
The
bit
rest
out
of
of
the
sync
attack.
on their push
Yep,
here.
not there.
As you see, Marksman is just trying to push up, but they're too late. Messino's not there, like you said, and boss fight have regained control for now. But as I say that, a trade cuts it down to just 1. Marksman alone in their efforts to work into this objective space. They have 2 minutes to reevaluate and assess where they want to push in from. Boss fight have weathered the storm for now.
Boss fight now have a little bit of time to kind of breathe in, breathe out, regather themselves, and figure out how they want to 2-man hold this. both of these positions are interesting. They're allowing them to look at another door while covered next to their own door, kind of listen in for footsteps and hear if they breach in. It looks like Marksman's going to opt to breach Archer's door.
Pretty loud, too, though. Richard.
I don't know, with the snow, the way footsteps work, but he does get heard right as he hits inside. And Boss Fight take their first round on Raptors map pick.
Continue to ride the momentum of a win on Quarantine, which I guess almost came to a halt there. I mean, Raptors, again, we're just a few seconds off. You know, if Marksman had been pushing in at the same time that they were smoking and challenging the outside door, there really could have been a significantly different outcome. I think Marksman would have had exposed backs to shoot at, you know, and just a touch out of sync on that push. And Boss Fight does prevent that cap from coming through. Still, though, a good round from both sides, and now Raptors go on to defense, Boss Fight on the attack. If you haven't been paying attention, we swap sides every round, and we swap objectives every other round.
Yeah, that's fine. Hold that. Yeah,
Back into the action we go, though, for round number 2. Not a lot of delay between these rounds, guys. Both of these teams ready to get into the action. They want to stay loose.
Right inside this door, in case they push in.
So I'm gonna go left.
Yep, definitely ready to go ride the adrenaline as Raptors spread out to set up their defense. It looks like they're going to be less condensed than Boss Fight was, as they take some pretty pushed out positions. Soldier Z is going to continue on an approach, just like Lil Sayonara did. He's going to opt to hold this horseshoe tunnel.
That's super spread out, and it does have some risks. Obviously, looking for the rewards first, though, and it's going to come down to how Boss Fight push this objective, and it looks like they are changing pace. They have put up a quick, aggressive push onto objectives, I feel like the last few rounds, and now they are, well, not really. We've had some late rounds, but anyways, I guess sticking to that methodical pace here today for their attack on Snow Peak. But as I say, that Woods does advance forward. Could be running into Ride Pick soon.
Oh.
Soldiers catches Sayonara. That aggressive forward position paying off. They could find 2 more if Lego and Archer aren't careful.
Oh, wow. A great reaction from Soldier Z to catch Lego right behind those boxes. Archer just not quite able to get that refrag. Utility comes back and forth, back and forth. Right pick picking up Woods 43 on the other end.
Oh.
And now finding Scooby-Doo as well, just down to Archer. And they've called out that there's only 1 left.
Ooh,
oh, perfect flashbang. But Archer's not going to push it. He's going to rotate.
They're alone and have to try and claw this round back for Boss Fight. But Raptors, with their aggressive defensive positions, have paid off. They have caught off guard the Boss Fight attack, and a nice shift in the Raptors' style here to disrupt this Boss Fight momentum, tie things up. Well, we're not quite there yet. We'll see if Archer can clutch the 1v5 with 3.5.
Not impossible. We've seen players on both of these teams make out with some wild plays. All of these people are master players. They are all capable. And as I say that, I might have just been proven wrong. Rypick shooting his teammate in the back.
I'm pulling back.
Shutting down Soldier's reign of terror onto Boss Fight.
Archer, as it does clear path forward for them.
Just the irony as I'm complimenting him. Come on, right pick. 2.5 left. Archer playing it careful because he heard those shots and he knew Soldier Z was bouncing around somewhere.
Yeah, it's
He's
gotta
going
be
to come
confusing.
across his body.
Gotta be confusing for Archer here.
Coming up on 2 minutes. Again, worried about Soldier Z because this is where the engagement was.
A 1v4 though. Still a tall order, and especially with this objective, not really going to be any easy routes of access to get here. You're going to have to challenge one of the doorways, and well, they've got 3 or 4 people inside that building defending it.
He's getting close, though. He's 1 tunnel away, 90 seconds left on the clock. He's got some utility next to him. He's not going to grab any, though. Grenade could have been useful. It looks like he's going to have to challenge Messino coming up on the 60-second mark.
I wonder if there's any C4.
That's what I was looking for. Doesn't look like it.
Oh.
Messino's just going to go for the pop-out approach. He hears any footsteps. He might actually be able to see through the boxes. I'm wondering if that's what he's looking for. Yep. A little sliver in between the boxes that he could see through. Manages to catch him out. And Raptors tie it up 1-1.
Solid job, again, of staying in this from the Raptors' side. A very nice defense. Really doing a good job of catching Boss Fight off guard and throwing a little something different at him. We stay inside. We don't go to the outdoors just yet. Marksman doesn't get to utilize that sniper just yet. And we get to see, I guess, another quick-paced couple of rounds. But, I don't know if Raptors are warming up here or, again, it is that map pick. But that was a very solid defensive hold. Like I meant, that aggression, it could have gone either way, of course. You know, if those kills don't come through and you lose your corner defenders, then it's a completely different story. But you take the risk, and sometimes you get the rewards. We've seen Raptors taking a lot of risks today. And it's certainly exciting to see. You know, they're going for these cap attempts. They're getting aggressive on defense, and sometimes it pays off. It's just a matter of, will it pay off more than it doesn't? And will they continue to take risks in situations where the match is close and tied 1-1? They seem to be going for caps even when they were down, so I don't imagine that will change as we get back into it for round number 3.
Again, moving objectives, but continuing to stay inside. I believe this is the same objective list that we went through yesterday when we hit Snow Peak.
Yep.
At the large room, and then now the tunnels. Looking at this defense here from Boss Fight, they themselves now spreading out quite a lot.
A matter of waiting for the setup. They're going to send 2 along the lakeside. The reason that they're way over on that lakeside is because they have this small berm of cover where they can basically stay sort of hidden on this rotation. They can also check any aggressive defensive angles that are potentially out here, but they will eventually work up from this north through the ravine all the way up into the tunnel, where their first opponent will be Scooby-Doo, who is waiting for this rotation to come through. So it's all a matter of how this offense pushes in and execute, what the timing looks like, and if they are going to be synced and coordinated. may see some action soon as Sayonara and Messino are inches away.
We've got a couple different positions here. Oh, Tiger Striker and Legel coming out in a trade, but Legel on top of that is Reservoir.
They're out in a
Orange.
corner aggressive position, though. It is a bit of a rotation for Sayonara to go all the way up here and get this. Fortunate for them that Messino isn't extended forward, because Sayonara could have gone down here on this rotation. Meanwhile, on the other side, we do have this the battle between Scooby-Doo and the North unfolding.
Lots of utility being thrown out. Scooby-Doo putting out C4 a little too early, but Soldiers manages to catch him out. And now that North is wide open, Archer having to rotate in order to cover this from the other side of the boxes.
Smoke.
Into a 4v4. Woods 43 making some rotations here to try and cover Marksman's approach.
That's an interesting one. Do they have really a good defense around objective is my question. It doesn't seem that they have a lot
Archer
of...
goes down, no.
Yeah, they don't seem...
Nora has to spin around.
A lot of their defense does. And as I say that, Woods does come back, and Archer does land a great nade on the other side of that smoke.
A perfect nade to catch Soldier Z hiding behind those boxes.
Oh!
And then a great pre-fire from Archer.
Echo 3.
Shut down Riping, going for the res. And now that is a 3 confirm for Archer.
I see 2 bodies at
Big defensive
Raptors
round.
now down to 2.
Big defensive round here for Boss Fight as they need to answer back after kind of getting overwhelmed, or I guess picked off that last round. Sayonara finds Messino, and with 4 left alive, it's all up to the lone attacker Marksman in the horseshoe with 2 minutes on the clock.
Just under 2 minutes left. Marksman being called out. Not a lot of options for him.
No. Doesn't want to continue to push in a space where their position is known either, so they rotate around the outside. They don't have a lot of time, though, so they do have to commit to pushing the horseshoe. They can branch off onto the right side here and go in through the tunnel, the hallways if they choose. But wherever they go, they are going to run into a couple of defenders at least. No more C4 utility, it seems, though. A lot of that has been used up by the likes of Boss Fight. And Woods again hearing Marksman's footsteps. Calls out the location. Marksman throws, not sure what that was, a bit of utility, though, and rotates down into that back hallway. They'll end up going past Legel, though, and Legel will be able to hear this rotation. And they are waiting.
Dialed into the line trap, manages to come out in a trade. Boss Fight take their second point again on Raptors map pick and a nice defensive hold. Now moving on to the attack.
Not an easy objective to get control of by any means. I did see it played very fast. I think it was in the Challenger Cup, but that really requires the quick spawn for you to be able to play it like that. And so I wonder if Boss Fight get the spawn inside the tunnels, if they will just challenge objective within the first minute, because that is an option available depending on where you do spawn as the attacking team. We've talked about it maybe a little bit, but it is random spawns for the attacking side. I say random, but it's a variety of potential spawns. These players and teams are familiar enough with the game that they know where they could spawn on each objective and have plays ready for each of those spawns accordingly. This certainly a spawn that boss fight can play quickly. You can challenge the north side and the center very fast. And we'll see if boss fight try and execute that sort of play as we get into the action. A cap is a map win and 2 maps in their pocket, but I don't know if they'll take that risk.
Looks like they are going to go for the early lines at the very least and keep any defenders from pushing out of those tunnels. They do get called out, though. Raptors now aware of that quick spawn and the boss fight presence in the tunnels.
Yeah, Rypick dialed in onto this north side, waiting for the duo up on that north to push into their line of sight.
Rypick's going to be a tough one to deal with. There's so many different positions defenders can take to defend this northern tunnel area. Rypick's position is not a common one I've seen. Ooh, a nice trade from Sayonara against Soldiers. Gonna open up the tunnels just a little bit.
Echo 4.
Enough for boss fight to gain a little bit of a hold right next to the objective.
Yeah, it's also drawn out some utility.
Yeah, a lot of utility.
There.
All those flashbangs no longer able to be used to prevent a cap if boss fight so choose to go for that.
Right. And I gotta wonder if boss fight processes that all. You know, if they're thinking, oh, I just heard 2 flashes. That means that we just know that if we go for this cap, that we're not gonna get. You know, like I wonder if these teams are thinking about all of these elements. I'm sure they are. Look at this, a drone inside draws the attention of Rypick, and the flash completely blinds them out. Woods flies off of the flash in the comms from the drone, and the drone continues to radio in info and locations. Finally does get shot down by Marksman.
Which is okay for them. They've got the information they need. The drone utilized in a pretty effective way in close quarters.
Really nicely done. Utility coming out here from Scooby, trying to get the frag out into Marksman's location. Tiger Striker in deep corner. Everybody at risk if they just poke a elbow out around a corner. Ooh, Scooby actually redirects that smoke.
Now Smoke gonna hold Tiger's attention. He now has to be looking 180 degrees at both directions, trying to back up Marksman. Smoke now right on objective, gonna force Marksman to pull back. He is now completely blind. Lego getting Tiger with a nice M203. And now it's just down to the duo Raptors to hold against 4 boss fight.
Marksman has their knife
not
out.
Giving up that objective easily. Yeah, he's trying to knife through the smoke to find Scooby, but can't quite do it.
The Scooby prone?
He's still looking for him.
I think they were.
But he manages to find him.
Wow. What the heck?
Oh, man.
I guess when you're close enough to the objective, that's one way to deny a cap. Ultimately, though, the pinch comes in. They open up the rest of that off that defense. And boss fights take a Marsoc round. We stop trading back and forth, and the lead extends to 2.
So funny enough, I believe that whole knife in the smoke thing was used against Marksman in, I believe, the Challenger Cup.
Yeah.
And I think that's why he did it here. He thought of it because it was used on him.
And interestingly enough, Marksman survived for so long because they were prone in that smoke. And so that whole time while they were running around not hitting, all we could see was name tags, but they weren't hitting Scooby. It's because they were swiping in the air at chest level, and Scooby was lying on the ground, crawling their way up. And then Marksman realized, oh wait, I was prone, dodging all of this stuff that I'm doing now. And so then Marksman stabs at the ground a little bit, and you see they actually get the kill on the Scooby. Crazy. Well, that's what you get. That's what you get at the round robin, Sky. You get some wild stuff. And I mean,
We like our wild stuff around here.
there was a variety of good plays there coming in from boss fight to get that round. The drone flash was really nicely coordinated. The M203 kill on the other side of the map, the timing on the pinch, it was just overall a very good play and nicely executed by the boss fight squad. Hard to defend against, and Raptors gave it their all, but this boss fight team is playing good right now in the round robin, as you would expect from a team that has
Yeah, good luck, gents. No caps.
so much power in their variety of their roster, but also just their experience. It is really, boss fight just are such a good team. And, well, Raptors are equally so. They've won Season 11, but, we're really testing both of these squads here today. And we'll see if Raptors can bounce back. It's not impossible. It's only a few round Ws. And now is when it has to start. As they go on to the attack, we go, like you said, to a new objective. This one outside and more range.
Bet Marksman's happy about that one.
Yeah.
He is also utilizing the drone and giving out the callouts.
Got down.
How about that? Yes, enemies may be using a drone.
Hasn't been shot down yet. Marksman's still giving out those callouts.
Interesting to see the drone play such an important element in both of these teams' Marsoc play styles, and it's something that I feel like I don't see it all in a regular season, and then suddenly it's something that almost every team has been utilizing in the round robin group stage. Finally
Drone dead. They
shot
spotted
down.
me out. Drone dead.
Marksman has essentially called out the entire boss fight defense. That amount of information is impeccable for Raptors.
Yeah,
Does that make sense? Is that making sense?
It's just a matter of how they act off it. If Marksman's comms are accurate, and as I say, that Sayonara goes down. So certainly a good way to start things for Raptors. But it's all a matter of now acting off of that knowledge. And if boss
There's
fight
one
can
under,
rotate off of their
coming.
positions, which you do see happening there, a bit of a cross. Archer's still going to hold their angle, but Woods does get over to the objective side. Scooby stays tucked in as Soldiers advances forward. Archer could have their back exposed if they're not careful. Oh, wow. And they just avoid detection as they drop back.
That was key for Archer to stay alive as he was being surrounded by the Raptors' attack. But now that puts one more body on the objective, and instead of a 5v3 is now still a 5v4. Scooby-Doo's going to have to be making some adjustments here as the offense is slowly making their way on him. Soldier Z and Messino challenging him from the distance.
Scooby could be kind of a wild card element of the defense. If they pop up over that ridge line, they could catch Soldiers unexpected. That's what they do.
Killed one, lakeside corner, Hesco.
Perfectly timed peek. Now going to have to worry
What's the
about
echo? What's the
Messino,
echo?
though, as he's just waiting for Scooby to make a mistake.
Game of patience here, especially since the Raptors' season, if you will, is on the line here today.
Marksman, I think
They
that guy
definitely
that's on
don't
your
want
tower,
to
he's
start
on
the
that
group
hill.
stage with a 2-0 loss. It doesn't put you out, as we
Yeah, I think he's on that hill. I think he
determined
puts you on that
yesterday.
hill
It does
'cause
not
that's
end
where
up
you get
meaning
killed
that you're done. by any means, but it is not the start you want if you are the Raptors squad. You want to at least get one here, at least make this a 1-1 series. And you can just tell there's a little bit more caution in their movements.
Yep, I got him. I got him.
They certainly were pretty cautious when they were advancing last time, but Raz does catch one.
Only a down. Legel now in a great position to make some call-outs.
Minute and a half left. Archer's on a rotation. Over to Lego's side. Could cost their life or could land them kills. Lands them kills.
Oh, does land the kill. Raz
And a
going
res.
down to the shots. Oh, yeah, but Rypick is now open for a rotation on the inside. Gonna
Another one
find
down, I
Woods
got two.
43.
Yeah, we got to keep our attention split here. Lego's going to flash up and over, try and challenge Rypick. Archer's here. Scooby's getting pressured with a flash as they tuck in. Messino peeks the corner, and they'll catch Scooby.
I got three, I got two.
Now Lego coming around the back end of Rypick. Gonna find this kill as he rotates. Oh, wow. Just outside the line.
It's on objective.
Lego not moving
Tablet's
up,
out.
but finds Marksman.
Tablet's out.
Tablet is out.
No one sees this.
Oh.
Rypick
He's looking, but
caps.
can't catch
They
him.
punch it in.
Oh my goodness. Raptors find the cap that they've been looking for.
Oh.
And now brings it to a tie 3-3. Now anybody's map.
They do not let this one go. A huge cap sets them up to defend for their chance at a map win. Like I was just saying, the last thing they want is 2-2, but they are a team that can battle back, and I certainly, Sky, was not expecting a cap to come through. It was a matter of inches if Lego had just peeked up and over, but they were distracted from the distance with the defense that was, or with the offense that was pushing to objective, rightfully so. They just didn't know that there was one so close in front of them, and wow, what a great job from Raptors to commit and go for that cap, and for Rypick to be able to punch that in as fast as they did. That was a quick cap.
Just unfortunate. Lego just not peeking enough because he was so worried about the distance threat as well as Lego. They just didn't realize one slipped in. Move on to what will be the final round. Same objective. Now boss fights attack. Will Raptors be able to hold this out?
What an exciting way to kick off the Group B. If you are just tuning in, this has been a great back and forth between Boss Fight and Raptors. And now Raptors are looking to get themselves a map win. They are looking to tie this up 1-1 against their opponent, Boss Fight. They did not have success on Quarantine, as you can see, losing 4-2. And, well, they've been making the rest of the teams wait. Beginners and Dead Logic have finished their series, I believe, long ago. I think it was also 2-0 Beginners. And so the Beginners certainly started things off on the right foot. Boss Fight are just a round away from doing the same. It's not quite there yet. Back into it we go, Sky. Round number 6, technically, because of the big cap. Let's see what Raptors can do. Let's see if they can tie this up and take one from Boss Fight and mount what is a key comeback when the pressure's on.
Defense very similar to what we saw from Boss Fight. However, Raptors opting to be a little bit more spread out.
Yeah, it is interesting. They do kind of seem to be going for some forward angles here. They're sticking to what worked for them last defensive round, where they did catch out Boss Fight, seemingly unsuspecting early on in their rotation on offense. And Messino is really on the hunt here for anybody that is rotating onto that side. They don't catch anyone right away. And the other option is that they can check and see if Little Sayonara pushes the other side. But I don't imagine that's what they intend to do. They instead want to watch that lake initial cross. We also have a long line of sight getting taken up by marksman here.
Yeah, I just noticed that laser.
looking clear.
Thought it was coming
Take a look
from
up there really
soldiers,
quick.
but no, he is holding all the way down that canyon.
It is an interesting cross hatch that they have, where marksman could be covering lake, and they could have,
Well, they're trying to push south, and
you know, Messino watching the south side, but instead Messino's watching lake, and marksman's taking rounds up down range towards Archer and Sayonara, who are trying to work into the south.
Gonna be a matter of can Little Sayonara deal with ride pick on
Drone
the
down, drone down. That came from the-
stairs of the tower over there.
Hey, I should not rotate from this.
M203 mortar onto marksman, not quite finding its
Pick up four, I
mark,
got my guy.
but Woods 43 with a great angle manages to find ride pick on the stairs, key for Sayonara to make his approach. But Messino
on the
shuts
lake.
down Scooby-Doo, tucked in next to those sandbags.
There's one up
Right
in the
across
tower
the
on the
lake.
north base.
An all-out brawl here going down across the battlefield. Messino's taking shots, soldiers firing away. Marksman still staying disciplined and not checking the lake. They are watching the distant coverage that they have already missed as Archer and Sayonara have made it around Marksman's line of sight. It could lead Messino to be exposed if Raz doesn't also check. Soldiers does catch Woods finally at range in the tower, and boss fight are down to 3 in a 3v4. Shots do come in finally from this Archer side in the south. That could be an indicator for Messino, and you see them drop back.
Coming through.
Raptors now thinking about condensing just
Roger.
a little bit
Gonna pre-need the
as the
south
boss
tower and then
fight
try and
make
kill the
pressure
southwest- south-
on
southeast
two different
Escos.
areas of
Sorry,
attack.
southwest Escos.
Trying their best to split the Raptors' attention. Raptors still doing good to stay disciplined to their angles, though, and we'll see if that discipline ends up paying off or ends up hurting them. Again, I think a big element's going to be the success of Sayonara and Archer here, working their way up.
I don't know
Few minutes.
if they realize that Woods has cleared out that guy in tower. I don't think that kill was called out properly because they have used up a lot of time and resources trying to clear out that tower. Soldiers taking down Legel from the other side, now down to just Archer and Sayonara.
Raz getting suppressed as Archer pushes. Messino almost has an angle onto Sayonara's back. Everybody's dialed into the south side as marksmen and soldiers are also looking for a little head that they can find. Archer gets flashed and ducks down behind cover. Messino finally pops up to catch Sayonara. Boss fight not looking good on this final round. This could be Raptors taking one away from them in a quick flash of a couple of rounds. It all
Raptors
comes
doing a
down to
great
Archer.
job at adjusting how boss fight have been playing and really setting up a solid defense to keep them from staging up.
Oh, Raz not where they want to be caught. Or, excuse me, Archer is. Raz finds the kill. Raptors take one away from boss fight. It was looking like boss fight had all the momentum in the world there today, Sky, but things are spicy for our first set of games as we end up being tied across the battlefield here. Raptors 1, boss fight 1. Where do we go from here? Well, I believe it is Raptors and beginners on this channel. And so if you do want to catch that match, stick around. Boss fight versus Dead Logic over on VRML, Onward _ VRML. It'll likely be about 10 minutes time before we get into our next game. So we will cut to a brief intermission. And when we come back, be ready for Raptors versus Beginners. More Group B, just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for patiently waiting for us to get back into the action of Round Robin Group B. My name's Nightfire, my co-caster Sky Joker. We're still here, and we are ready for another intense matchup. We're going to stay on board the Raptors as they now go up to face against the Beginners. Another test of an EU powerhouse. The first one went okay, managing to come back and win one map against Boss Fight. That is pretty impressive. But now the true test hits them. And Sky, this is, well, a pretty dang hyped up match.
100%. This is basically a casted rematch from what we saw from last season. We saw Raptors take on Beginners and win it for the championship. So now we're coming into the round robin to watch them battle it out once again. And I think Beginners are ready for their comeback and to show Raptors that just because they won once doesn't mean that win is going to be easy this time.
Yeah, the Beginners team is one that I am very excited to watch play, winning 2-0 against Dead Logic. And for those that don't know, they utilized a diffuse where the Volk team can actually surrender 1 point to the enemy in order to avoid the risk of being capped on. It is something I've never seen, literally ever, in a VRML game that I have cast, and I've cast, I think, over, I don't know what the total number is, but a lot. And they break it out now, Sky, in round robin. What does that mean, in terms of strats, pacing? I think Beginners are actually a bit of a wild card here for teams that are going up against them, because I just don't know if you know what you're going to get from them.
It just goes to show that at this level, at this point in the season, everything is on the table.
Yeah.
Each team will do whatever they have to, whatever needs to be done in order to give themselves better odds at the title.
Whether that's off-meta positions or defusing the objective, we will get to see here this afternoon. Looking at the rosters for today as we get ready to dive into our first round of quarantine. We have on Beginners, Strayjack, Smoils, Lonwick, Seaquick, and Paz. And over on Raptors, we have Soldiers, Marksman, Raz, Messino, and Rypick, the same five we saw play up against Boss Fight on this same map. A choice I wonder that if Beginners made because they saw that Raptors ended up losing here, but I doubt they were able to watch them play because they were still playing their matchup while Beginners and Raptors are playing quarantine. So we'll have to see what we get and what Raptors put up here as we dive in, Sky, to round one. This is our third map of the day, but our first one of this series, and boy, I am super excited for this one, Sky. I got the butterflies in the stomach right now, waiting to see how this ends up shaking out.
Especially coming back once again to quarantine. We were talking about you never know what you're going to get out of these teams. Well, you never know what you're going to get out of quarantine. All these objectives coming in. Now we're going to be utilizing the middle burning objective here as the Raptors take up their defensive positions and Beginners prepping their assault.
See Seaquick going prone to peek the small crack at the bottom of the gap, but Marksman is actually lasered into that small crack. They are very aware of the slow peeking angle threat on that corner, and they are waiting to see if Seaquick is going to try and peek that very small slice. It looks like for now Seaquick is really just assessing the back corner, the back west corner. And, oh no, it is going to come down to them challenging Marksman's angle here. And there is just barely anything to see of Marksman if Seaquick decides to peek this.
White car, white car, white car.
Got to come out, but do not connect. Seaquick quickly backing off of that position. in order to reassess where he's going to approach this. Rypick picking up Smoils. That's going to weaken the attack up here in the north. The defense holding it strong. Rypick watching Marksman's side. Marksman watching that exit point. Beginners are going to have to make something happen, preferably with utility, in order to shut down Marksman and Rypick. A solid frag onto Rypick's position would be dangerous for Raptors.
Yeah, this double stack here in the north is doing good to pause this beginner's efforts. While this is happening, you do have one rotating in onto that southeast corner. They will likely continue to rotate to the south. Or actually, you know what? I think they're covering the roof. And do they have that angle from that? No, they don't. They're actually deeper into the corner, so they won't be able to see anything over to this north side. I wonder if they're just looking for anything up through the middle, or you do see Straight Jack now finally rotating, and there's the M203
There's a grenade
coming in. Catches Rypick out. A nice shot from Seaquick. Marksman popped up over for a second to take a look, but doesn't see anything, and Marksman is going to drop off and try and go for that rotation onto Rypick. I wonder if Rypick is calling out the swing here from Seaquick.
This rotation from Marksman is going to be key here to catch out Seaquick unaware. The confirm, unfortunately, coming out, and Marksman opts to not continue the push, and he's just going to hold here in the west.
Seems to be the smart choice. Doesn't want to overextend. But we do have a 1-for-1 trade, and Seaquick is concerned about a potential flank.
He's over by the sandboxes.
Interesting. Seaquick must have heard Marksman tuck in on that rotation after they found their kill. They don't have to worry much about them as long as they have a teammate defending that back entry point, which they do. And Seaquick can then focus their efforts up into that central building at the rubble, which is what they're doing now, peeking through that small grate, looking for any sort of information. Pause, doing the same, taking up a rooftop position and looking down into that rubble space for anything that they can spot out. They don't see much as Raz stayed tucked in when Pause checked. And it's the nature of Onward. Lon Wick may run into some action over on this side soon. As I say that, they decided to drop off from that west commit.
90 seconds on the clock, and the fourth beginner, Stray Jack, all the way down here in the south. Gonna have to see how he complements this attack as they take over Impact Building.
Great job from the duo there. A nice effort on that west side to try and rotate around, but it was just a little bit too late. Everyone had already dropped down and gotten into their positions.
Stray Jack gonna find the back of soldiers here, and that clears up Hospital for them now. Two Raptors left remaining against a 4 beginners. Raz finding Seaquick as the push comes out. Pause with the reflag. Raz coming in from the side. Now last up to defend this objective. Pause trying to run away, baits him into Lonwick's line. Beginners taking round number 1 on their map pick.
Not easy, but certainly fought for and earned. Beginners do take that Marsoc round, and you know, it's, I would say, a good start for Raptors. You know, they don't obviously win their defensive round, but they weather the beginners' storm, so to speak, and they do a good job of challenging them early and really, you know, disrupting the pace of that initial push up into the north. From there, it's just a matter of some good plays from the beginner's side. That M203 launch was nice. The rotations and smoke plays to get down into the bottom floor were good. I mean, they just slowly and methodically worked their way up to that objective, and ultimately end up forcing Raptors to have to go on the hunt because they start to lose too many defenders. You have to make sure your objective doesn't get capped on, and it's better to die than lose 2 points. But ultimately, that's the case for that Raptors defense. We swap sides as we do in the game, and Raptors now get their chance at the attack, but almost a perfect start for beginners. Their map pick, Marsoc round 1. The only way it could have been better is with the cap, but 1 point is still good, and yeah, they're setting themselves up for a 2-0 lead if they can just hold down on this defensive round coming up.
I'm gonna get a drone up. So we can...
Yo, right.
yeah.
Actually, I'm running up on this.
And here we go. Checking out how the beginners are going to opt to set up this defense. Seaquick going to the objective. Strayjack watching for the cross to the south. And then Smoils and Lon Wick going to be the two to defend Impact up in the north. Going to see possibly some early aggression from Raptors into the Impact building.
Have to see what the pace is like for this Raptors offense here against beginners. Do they go with the methodical approach, which they have sort of been deploying here so far this afternoon, or do they try and out-aggress? It seems to me that they're going to try and go methodical, but that's something beginners, have almost coined at this point. Methodical approach they are very familiar with. So I imagine they're ready to defend against it. 1 minute down, and we already have a kill. Smoils
1 dead West Alley.
shuts down soldiers trying to push along the west side. Drone does go down. So no more information being relayed there from that. And Strajak does give away their position, and in an interesting position at that. They're so far away from objective. Sky, it's a lot of trust in your team holding down their sides, and if anything, there seems to be a bit of a gap or a weak point up through the center if Raptors so choose it. They don't really have coverage up here other than Seaquick, and so, the maybe not so obvious choice
Echo 4, far south.
could get taken there, but as I say that, Raz finds 1 south. That's going to force Pause to rotate. This could be another kill for Raz as they're dialed in and waiting for that rotation. Oh, and as they go for the confirm, Pause peeks up and over and finds the kill. Trades back, and now Raptors down to 3. Messino and Marksman looking for where those shots were taken. They definitely can't cross that street without getting rid of anybody that could be on that second-story hospital building.
Rypick definitely hearing the footsteps from Lon Wick. He's just trying to assess how he wants to approach this. Smoils is there to shut down the potential cross. Not quite landing their shots, though. Smoke coming out. One of them going a little too far, I think, from where he wanted.
Yeah, I think they wanted to block vision on this retreat, but that smoke ends up going off the ledge. Rypick not going to challenge the 2 at impact, and this is actually an interesting choice to what I was saying earlier. If they were to go around the defenders on the west and the south, they could maybe find a route up to Seaquick right through the heart of this defense. And as I say that, Lon Wick is here and is looking. They catch some shots for their troubles as they try and peek out, but they are able to check the cross up through the center if they want.
If Rypick makes it to the nose of the plane and takes down Seaquick, that's the danger here.
Yeah.
One by the ABC.
North side.
It's all up to
10 quicker.
Pause to kind of nail the refrag attempt from the windows.
Oh!
Oh, wow. Nice shots from Wick. Gonna find Marksman. Now just down to the duo against 4 beginners.
Moyle's still covering the west side, and it is the right choice to make. They're essentially into a 2v2 if they do challenge the likes of just Seaquick up through the middle. Rypick continues to put rounds downrange towards Lonwick, but the time is ticking down. They know it. The call out just came in from Messino, but they have to move eventually here to get up to this objective, and there is a couple of angles that are going to be tough to cross.
Messino just
Oh!
failed a flashbang, giving away his approach in the C4 as Messino peeks. Pause shutting that down, and Wick trading with Rypick. Gonna get beginners their second point on their map pick. Raptors finding it tough to gain any traction on Quarantine.
Yeah, could be the objective, you know, just not one that they felt comfortable with. Could be the spawns, a variety of things that it could just be beginners playing good here. Obviously, they're playing well as they beat Dead Logic 2-0. They are feeling good with that momentum, and now they're up 2-0 on this first map against Raptors. It is a lot of energy onto that beginners team. You know, you really do have to consider that they are in danger, I guess, of really starting to run away with this like we saw with Error 404. And I think they know that's what's on the line right now. I mean, if you're a team that just manages to get a 2-0, you're looking and very hungry for another 2-0 because that guarantees your advancement to the semifinals. No matter what happens, if you lose your next 2 maps, you are going to advance. And so, you know, this is the proposition in front of beginners right now. And if you really do start to let them run away with the lead, beginners as a team that will ride that momentum. And it's not a team you want to have ride that momentum because they're already good enough. And, well, they're playing pretty dang good so far here this afternoon. We'll see what Raptors can do on defense as we change objectives for our next round number 3. Looking at the KD feeds there. Kind of get a gander of a little bit of an even spread across beginners. Some standout shooters there. Raz and Rypick connecting for Raptors, but the rest of that Raptors squad needs to come alive here.
I got a big fucking green belly.
South
Early
spawn,
shots coming in, trying to shut down beginners cross. Not quite connecting with anyone though. And beginners have taken some nice long lines early on, looking for any rotations out of this defense. I actually have not personally seen this objective in quite a long time.
I know. You're right. It does feel like they've been a long while since I've seen that courtyard itself as well. But Quarantine, an interesting map in that it has 13 potential objectives. You only get to play 4 in a series, and so you really never know where you're going to go. Sometimes you don't see an objective a whole season, and then suddenly you're playing it. But, yeah, good setup, like you said. An interesting bit of, like, a spread in that they've invested Seaquick and Smoils to be like a forward prong in their push up here, and the rest of this offense is rotating. They need to, or want to, get control of the north, because to be able to shoot down from the roof will give them a lot of power on this objective. It'll give them a lot of control of that objective space.
Rypick is going to be the one to try and shut down any attempt to do that. But if they do manage to take down Rypick all the way up there in the north, he has no backup, so no potential refrag there. And they will have, as he said, that height advantage to utilize against the rest of the defense. However, even if they get that north roof, None of the other defenders. Oh, Soldier Z is exposed to it. He'll be the only one that can be caught out from the side. So it'll be a matter of, does Soldier Z react to that potential if they lose Rypick?
There comes the cross. Pause out in the open. Rypick could find 2.
Oh, flashbang. Perfect flashbang. And now Rypick down. Gonna open up the north. And we'll see if the rest of the defense reacts to that. You see Soldier Z kind of looking in that direction, but not moving.
They're going to have double roof control, and that's going to kick off the push for the bottom floor team. Smoils will be able to fire down from the roof. They'll have pause up on that roof. It's really going to be just a lot of suppressive fire coming in. Ooh. There's
one down.
Nice pickup from Soldier. Seaquick, I don't know if a little bit disconnected there, but pushing out in front of the rest of the team. If Smoils had been there to support, Seaquick could be alive now, but either way, a kill comes through.
Yeah, a good refrag and reaction from Smoils to shut down that position. Now coming down to 4-3. Only 3 left on the side of Raptors to defend this objective. Raz in a very exposed position here. One grenade into that courtyard will shut him down.
Yes, Mike, he's near objective.
I do notice that beginners don't have Killinger, their resident fragger. And that M203 would have caught Raz if he hadn't rotated away from the objective.
There's a flash there, Strategy, that could have picked up with. They're going to cross in front of Marksman. Tablet comes out. Marksman pops up. Shots from Smoils ring in.
Gas station crater behind.
That brings it to an even 3-3 spread. And never mind. Pause. Taking down Messino up in the center. Burning. Going to bring it back into the hands of beginners with the numbers advantage. 3-2. Marksman and Smoils having their own firefight. Smoils with the high ground, not quite able to land the shots onto Marksman, though, as he ducks behind the cement barricades. Things quiet down around the objective. 90 seconds left. This is where beginners thrive, though. In the final seconds of the round, near objective. This is where they want to be.
3-2 isn't a big advantage, though. Smoils is at risk of getting picked off here if they're not too careful. Oh, there's a big pickup. Pause finds one on objective. Now Marksman has to play very out in the open. Has to watch a lot of different positions. Has to hold big gaps like they are now, looking for Pause up through the center, making sure nobody caps on the other side. Lon Wick will have their back exposed, and beginners are going to take a 3-0 lead on our first map against Raptors here on Quarantine.
Beginners coming in strong. The teamwork is on point. The coordination is there. They came here to win, as they do in all previous championships. They are showing everybody here today why they are one of the top squads in Onward.
Yeah, it is a solid performance from them on Quarantine so far. It is a reminder that it is important to remember that this is beginner's map pick. And so, not a terrible surprise, but at this stage, when you ban down this many maps, you really are, I mean, Raptors are good on Quarantine as well. I do wonder if their performance against Boss Fight on this map impacted the choice here for beginners, because there's so much potential mind games and strategical thinking that could be going on between these teams, but I won't obviously know until we can talk to them. So either way, beginners doing a very good job in these first 3 rounds, but Raptors have been fighting. You know, they put up some kills last round. Soldiers and Marksmen got involved last round, which is good. You know, even though they're down 3-0, at least the rest of this team is starting to come alive a little bit against beginners. And they do go into the attack with a tall order in front of them. My question is, I mean, the Caps are very hard on this objective. So I don't know if Raptors should really be thinking about that cap opportunity.
Yeah, it's very tough to make the crosses required to get to that objective. However, I will say, with the awkward positioning of the objective, if you know where the final defender is or final defenders, you can get either behind the wall or around a corner. So it really just depends on identifying how many people are left and where they are.
Broken.
There was one, I tagged him. He might be down, he might be
Very
resident.
early shots from Marksman, trying to catch a defender on the cross there. Pause.
Go north, secret.
Does make it across, as does Strajak, so they'll be able to reinforce the south side. If Strajak continues their push, they may be able to find a couple of kills, but it's all a matter of timing. Soldiers has already made it across, and will be able to avoid
Yes, but you gotta do it now.
detection. Soldiers is inside, taking shots, downrange to Pause, finds Pause. Strajak with a quick repeat,
Wow.
able to connect.
Beta 4, Echo 4. I killed the guy that killed Pause.
And within the first 60 seconds, 2 now off the table, 1 on each side, bringing this to now 4v4.
Jack throwing out a little counter aggression here on defense. We actually saw them take this position up with the center rubble objective. And it is a good one. Does have that long line of sight up across the map all the way to APC. Can deny across this street. Can turn and be a threat to a push from Raz. And so it is a nice spot to be in. It'll be important for Raptors to get rid of Strajak in this corner.
Raptors just looking
one,
for
kill
the
one in
picks,
flames, in
and
flames,
Marksman
Echo 4,
finding one. Wick going down over by Impact. That's going to help out Rypick a lot in his approach.
Sino's approach too, as they try and drone hasn't come out yet from
340 guys,
Marksman.
340. I know they're going to be tough teams, you don't got call outs, but just keep playing
Just
smart.
keeping an eye on him to see if that comes out for the callouts, but haven't seen it yet. Maybe a late game drone. Oh, as we say that, here it comes. To try and find out the last 3 defense positions.
Oh, Strajak's so close to getting picked off by Raz here.
Drone getting spotted by Smoils and downed. That's going to give away only Smoils positions. Raz finding the back of Strajak now. And Raptors looking strong on this attack with only 2 beginners left on the defense. Far away from the objective.
White car north.
Right pick going down now. The great refrag into a 3v2.
You just can
Mosquito
never.
and Marks are going to have to do work.
You just can't feel confident against beginners, even if you have yourself an advantage. The minute you do, they manage to find a pick and chip away at that 4-3, 4-2 opportunity. And now it is 2-3, just a kill away from tying things up with 2.5 left on the clock. We'll have to see if this beginner's defense can sweep Raptors on map number 1 in this series, or if Raptors can hang on here. Again, a long road ahead of them. They need to win this round, which is not presenting itself to be easy, and every other round until they manage to take us down into that 3-3 finale.
They've got the angles.
Not playing wing, playing tail, playing tail.
That's what I think too. Time is ticking here, and doesn't feel like Raptors are moving quick enough. Marksman does get up into that second floor. but still won't be able to see, or maybe they can see Seaquick in the corner. No, not from
Maybe
here.
a shoulder at most.
Yeah.
Ticking down to the 60-second mark. Marksman really needs to be thinking about preparing for CQB.
Yeah, one thing you're seeing different too from beginners is that even though there's only 2 of them, they are not panic covering around objective. It is interesting. And surprised that they do have a real understanding of where this team is, and so they're holding the 2 angles that they need. They're covering that west exit and they're covering the south one. Oh, as I say that, Seaquick takes some shots, has to tuck in, is able to avoid 2 players looking for the kill. 37 seconds left. Smoils fires up over the top and connects with one.
One in the north.
30-second mark clicks on. Marksman coming in from the other end. Seaquick shuts down Raz. Now down to just Marksman with the sniper looking for the shots. Beginners just have to tuck in.
Yep. 15 seconds on the clock. Marksman can't make it there in time. And even if they can, they still have eyes onto this objective space. Seaquick's there. Smoils is firing. Marksman tries to get both. But beginners take a 4-0 map against Raptors here and continue to remain undefeated in this group stage.
Beginners looking strong on their map pick. Now going to go into Raptors neighborhood, though. We'll see if they can hold that momentum that they've gained.
Yep, Raptors do get their choice in map now. So we'll have to see where they try and take this. A reminder of the ban, Snowpeak and Cargo banned away by beginners. They did not like what they saw against Boss Fight on Snowpeak. And Raptors banning Abandon and Suburbia. So we do have a map like Downfall. You know, if Raptors wanted to try and get Marksman into some range, into some more open spaces with that sniper, they could. But Quarantine isn't exactly a close quarters map. It is pretty open, and I wonder if Downfall will be the right choice. As I say that, they go to Bazaar. I was just thinking that in the back of my head. Bazaar is an option if they want to go close. And, well, this is interesting, Sky. Raptors have been hunting for caps, it feels like, right? Bazaar is certainly a map where there's a lot of capable objectives.
Yes, I agree with that 100%. And I'm digging into the stats here, and it looks like Raptors do have a 100% win rate. I believe 2 out of 2 on Bazaar against beginners, a 2 out of 5. So I'm wondering if those numbers went into this decision or not.
Right. Obviously, we like to dig into the stats, and oftentimes that is what determines a team's choice in map pick. They want to pick a map that their opponent is weak at historically, but that's especially with beginners and not having a ton of coverage this season. Really don't know what you can expect from the team from beginners. Really, I mean, to that end, they also aren't the powerhouse squad that they have been historically over the regular season. They have lost 5 games in regular season. I think that's the most they've lost in a regular season, and still made it to the round robin. So interesting to see, I suppose. And we're certainly seeing a good beginners right now. What that means for the semifinals and finals, who knows? But one map away is beginners from locking in their advancement to those semifinals and for a chance at that $10,000 in cash and hardware prize pool that comes from our sponsors. Those sponsors include HyperX. You're hearing my voice on the HyperX Quadcast S, the wireless Cloud 2 headphones. Also, they have in-ear Bluetooth earbuds that can connect wirelessly to your Quest or Quest 2. I highly recommend you check out the HyperX Loot Drop, which is live now. You can get up to 50% off on select products. If you look down Below, you'll see the banner that if you click on it will direct you to the loot drop link where you can get sales on that. And I say that if you're on Twitch. If you're in venues, we don't have that option available. You have to go online and click on that banner. But I would still recommend you do if you are interested in picking up any HyperX products. In addition to that, we have ProTube VR coming in with a fantastic stocks and mounts that help stabilize your game aim in game. Your controller is attached to cups that attach to a bar that attaches to a stock to your shoulder, and so you can stabilize your shooting in a game like Onward or really any VR shooter. They also have a variety of other stocks like haptic feedback versions where you can feel the recoil in your shoulder, pistol stocks, Beat Saber stocks, everything that you could want, they got it. So do check out ProTube VR. We're also sponsored by VR Cover. They offer fantastic comfort to any of your VR devices. The face cushions from VR Cover are a must buy from me. If you have any VR headset, you should check out VR Cover and pick one up when you can. VRML also sponsoring the VRML as we want to continue to help grow and see VR esports grow. Downpour Interactive, the developers of the game, sponsoring the league this season. We do appreciate their support, providing us with some really cool merch to our winners. And me sponsoring the VRML this season, contributing into that prize pool because I love Onward and VRML and want to continue to see it grow. A shout out to all of the sponsors, though, not including myself. We do really appreciate your support. And, all of those sponsors have been long-time sponsors for the VRML. We also have two merch sponsors, Arma, which can provide you fantastic jerseys like the one you see on myself and the VRML branding on it. A easy recommend from me. I also have a variety of other products like joggers, jackets. If you want to get sweatshirts and t-shirts with VRML on it, you can also head on over to vrwear.com. I believe we're going to be having some new products, some new merch coming out on that line as well. So keep your eyes peeled on the merch for VRML if you want to get it. You can head on over to vrml.com and click on the links to either Arma or VRwear. I think I bought us enough time to dive into our second map as we are, we're waiting for a fifth to connect here on the beginner's side. We do see a sub, right? I'm not wrong. Raphael has come in.
Raphael now subbing in for Seaquick.
Interesting choice. Beginners 4-0ing their opponent and then deciding to bring in a sub. Just goes to show you that some teams really do have that variety in roster and trust in their experts for each map. Apologies for the initial camera stutter there, but we're all sorted now and into the action we go.
Wow, Straight Jack finding the right pick in a really nice angle off to the side there, unexpected by the offense. And these early shots back and forth ending in Raptors being down one, beginners maintaining their 5 defenders.
Trezak just peeks a little more. They'll find Raz on that corner. And as I say that, and as Trezak peeks, Raz dips away. Raptor is going to try and take control of Kayat, but Raffaello is here. This is an aggressive defensive position, Sky, to be pushed up in Kayat like this, hunting for a potential push. It is... I'm surprised they took the risk to get here, but Raffaello's here and waiting. They're going to push around while this fire comes in. Soldiers detects that there's one here, and... Oh, that flash, does it go far enough? I don't believe so.
Nope, it did not quite roll enough. Oh, Raffaello blinded by a second flash, I believe. Or no, it went just a little too far. He does manage to stay out of it. Almost getting shot down by Massino, though, as he exited that doorway. Raffaello holds down Kayat.
There's one northwest, and there's
Really
one
throwing a wrench in this Raptors offense now, with both Raz and Messino having to worry about a defender in Kayat and all of the other potential angles that point down into this middle bazaar space.
Yeah, all three Raptors are looking for Raffaello. That's going to buy beginners a lot of time, or kill a lot of the attackers' time, more specifically. But now Marksman has opted to continue his push down in the south. Gonna really need to provide pressure on another section of this defense if the rest of the team hopes to move anywhere.
They're just assessing the situation here, looking for any of these angles. Still worried about Raffaello's position, and I guess also, like you said, waiting for Marksman to get set up. Marksman is looking over the top, trying to spot out Raffaello in this two-story, but call out is they can't find anyone in Kayat, and so they're just going to continue their rotation over to the east.
There's a bit of a hole for him to at least get across, but then he's going to run into Smoils on the late angle inside of that blue hallway.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy entry for a Marksman, that's for sure. But the smokes do come in, and they do have time on the clock. 2.5 minutes left to work with. And we'll have to see if they ever get the confidence to push out here, because Raffaello is holding down this entire central bazaar space, really denying Messino the option of pushing forward. A lot of utility is still being dispersed on the other side too, where Marksman is trying to draw out the defense. Does manage to get Lonwick. Messino and Raz do cross and get past one potential line.
140, guys. 140,
We'll have to
Let's
see
leave them
if
in there. Let's go east.
Messino and Raz can make this work.
1 minute 30.
All outs come out for the time, realizing that they don't have a lot of it. Raptors gonna have to make their moves now.
Down.
Nice pickup there from Raz. Marksman scoops up Smoils. They're going to pop out, and Pause almost finds Marksman. The Raptors' timing really opens up a big gap in coverage here. Pause is alone on objective as Raz and Messino push in with a lot of time left. They really have managed to pick apart this defense, and does not leave them in a good spot. Straczak is waiting for Marksman to cross, and this is a risky angle to continue to hold as they want to crash back and defend objective. Pause manages to find one on OBJ. Raz is still alive and has overwatch from Marksman as Straczak is looking for that angle, and it's a 1v1 on both sides. Pause and Raz and Straczak and Marksman. Pause finds Raz. Straczak finds, or excuse me, Raz finds Pause. Marksman finds Straczak. Raptors take their Marsoc round when it could have been a potential cap, but still, a point's a point, and on their map pick, no less, they do manage to come out on top and finally get a point on the board in this beginners series.
What a comeback from a round being down in numbers, and then to just solidly pinch onto that objective in a numbers disadvantage.
Oops, apologies for the camera there. Yeah, it is a big comeback for them, and I mean a potential indicator of a shift in momentum in this series. Raptors went 1-1 against Boss Fight. If they can manage 1-1 against beginners, it really keeps them in this round robin they have an opportunity to go 4-2, and it's you know, if they lose this, I don't want to say they're out, but they're down 1-3 overall. And you know, we talked about it yesterday where you know, it was anyone could win the round, the second place. But we could be in that scenario again today. I really do think we won't know who our second place team will be until we get down into those final 2 maps of the group stage. It is exciting. It is a great bit of back and forth this afternoon, but either way, like I said, beginners just a map away from guaranteeing their advancement into the semifinals, and Raptors really want to tie this up to 1 apiece. So see what we get as we dive into our next round, round number 2 on map 2.
Beginners eagerly waiting to see if any defenders will try and cross this tree, but the defenders are going to stay on the north side of the street, not going to risk potentially exposing themselves in that cross.
Already some shots coming in here.
I don't know what I was shooting at.
Pause saying they don't know what they were shooting at, but they were taking shots over into that, I don't know, bizarre area. Soldiers does take up a Coyote defensive position, much like beginners did, but this one a little bit more aggressive, looking for the advancement from beginners even earlier in the Coyote building, trying to catch out an early pick. And Rypick battling it out up through the middle, but not connecting with much. It's going to be a bit of time before we do get into that action, as beginners are slowly encircling around the objective. You can see on the overhead that they are advancing in onto that southeast side, and as I say that, they lose one. Soldiers does catch Raffaello trying to rotate around, I believe, up through that mini bazaar. A nice catch in between a very small gap. Then they instantly rotate to look to the north, where Lonwick could potentially be rotating up on. And interestingly enough, they have no coverage of the north. So Lonwick, if they get rid of soldiers, will be able to advance up this north street free and easy.
Greyjack just waiting to see if Marksman will push out of that door. I don't think Marksman's going to opt to overextend like that.
Yeah. They don't need to, and they have been pretty disciplined on their defensive lines so far today. Soldiers may find Lonwick soon enough here. Lonwick still actually right where they left off. They have not advanced up onto this north side yet. As I say that, they tiptoe their way up to the corner. Oh, and they may get the line before Soldiers peeks back. Now they're dialed into the window, waiting for Soldiers to check again. Oh, and Soldiers is the one that finds the kill. Oh, nice pickup there from Spoils. At least get one down from Raptors. Meanwhile, on the east, Raz duking it out with Pause. Does find one. Pause gets the kill. Strayjack's full dead. No res available. A 1-for-1. Beginners down to 2. Raptors down to 3.
Now, once again, we're into a 2v3 beginners. The duo squad gonna have to find Raptors and dig them out.
Oh!
Ooh,
Smoils
nice
connects.
From
a big swing opens up the blue room. They can challenge onto objective. They should have Overwatch from the east if they time everything up right, and it's a big risk for Messino and Soldiers to be running around inside here. Messino's going to try and get some utility into the door. They can't. Spoils comes flying around the corner and runs into two. Soldiers and Messino are there and waiting. Here comes the utility from Paz, but is it a little bit too late? Soldiers completely blind. Paz able to cross, and these are some great angles held by the duo. Raptors start off their map pick perfectly and advance up 2-0 on Bazaar.
That's what Raptors want. That's what they needed. They're feeling much better now.
Oh, yeah.
They've got a bit of a lead coming out of a 0-4 on their previous map.
Oh, I wonder how Boss Fight and Dead Logic are doing over on Onward_VRML. If you are interested, you can check that action out live on Twitch. But if you don't know, this game is live here on twitch.tv/VRMasterLeague. Hit that follow button if you haven't. But we're also live on YouTube, Facebook, and Horizon Venues. If you don't know what Horizon Venues is, I recommend you check it out. It's an app that you can download for free on your Quest or Quest 2. And you can watch these games in VR with other people in front of a giant theater-sized screen. You have your full avatar in there. It's really a cool way of enjoying the VR esports action, and a shout out to anyone that is down there enjoying watching the action here this afternoon on that inside Horizon Venues. We do appreciate you hanging out and tuning in. And a shout out to everybody else that has been stopping by here today. We really do appreciate your support. A reminder that the two winners here from this group stage will advance on for next weekend, where we have our semifinals and finals. You're going to want to keep your eye on social media. I believe I know when it's going to be live. Give me a moment to dig it up. We'll have a pre-show like we did for this round robin. And it looks like matches are set to start at the same time as well. 9:30 a.m. PDT. 11:30 Eastern with the pre-show. Games start at 10. Oh, did I get that right? No, it'll be 12:30 Eastern. Yeah, games start at 10, 1 Eastern, 10 Pacific. So do be sure to catch that action next weekend. It's going to be, well, the finale of what has been some great back and forth here so far in both the group stage and Group B yesterday and today, or excuse me, Group A yesterday and today in Group B.
No, that sounds like
Really has been just a great display of the best of the best duking it out and onward.
You think he's in blue? Yeah, I think I heard footsteps in blue.
But we do change objective placement, and the Raptors are now looking at an opportunity, if they can manage a cap, to secure this map 4-0 against beginners. It would be a great way to show how evenly matched they are. But I doubt beginners allow something like that to come through. It will come down to the execution of the Raptors' attack, and right now we're just in the setup phase as Raptors assess and analyze where the beginners' defense could be, clearing several different locations before then moving forward
Nothing,
and
just
advancing.
preparing it.
Coming up on the 4-minute mark here shortly. Still 5 up on both sides. A little bit of smoke and utility coming out to try and deny vision. And Raptors have had eyes down towards the objective for a while now. They just can't find any picks that they need in order to weaken this defense and open up some holes.
Yeah, they're pushing out some utility. The trouble is that it's not really doing any good. There's no defensive angles watching this street at all right here. It's all about covering the objective, and this smoke, you know, could have potentially been used to cover objective. We got to keep an eye on Raffalo as well, as they are tucked in to a very interesting position, patiently waiting for Raptors to advance forward. We've seen some semblance of a aggressive defensive setup like that before, but the variety in their placement is interesting to see. Raz seems to be concerned about a potential threat inside the blue room, so they are actually checking it from the other side instead of challenging it up through the L and then eventually exposing themselves to Raph. Raph, however, is tucked in, so they won't see Raph even if they do check inside the blue room from that outside space, so a good spot for Raph to stay tucked in too. And it's about Raptors pushing up to objective.
Fire.
And now passing the 3-minute mark, no picks on either
247,
side.
guys. 247.
Kind of a bittersweet. Yeah, Raptors are going to have 5 up to make this approach, but beginners, again, 5 positions that may or may not even be identified yet. Raptors don't know what they're going into.
Confirmed one of refrigerator.
It is.
Or that area.
It is when things get a little spicy on offense, and it does come down to who wins these quick firefights.
Fucking 6 inches off the wall again.
Smoils and Raphael are going to be the frontline defense. Smoils going to opt maybe for a pretty dangerous. Oh, blind fire just going to gather some attention here. Maybe slow down the offense, make them think for a minute. It's going to waste them a lot of time.
Fridge and south. And fridge and south.
Smoils really doing a nice job of deterring this duo from pushing down the street. Buying time.
Raptors have spent the entire round basically in the same spot.
Yeah.
They're taken down to 5 minutes in, again, the same location because they just cannot find any picks, and they're too worried about moving up and getting picked themselves because they haven't found them. Haas shuts down shoulder, alone out there in the north, and now the push is coming in with all the action. Tino finds Raffaello, Smoils getting back. As we have the back and forth, and quickly we're down to just Messino as the entire Raptors just get shredded down.
Yeah, beginners not letting Raptors run away with this one, as you would expect from a team at the top of the ladder. They are battling it out here, and, well, it's all up to the final attacker, Messino, who goes down from Smoils, who I think caught 3 or 4 kills that round with the LMG. A big play there, a nice defensive position, some good rotations all around from Smoils to get beginners back into this bizarre map and prevent Raptors from running away with a 3-0 lead. We swap sides, Raptors go back onto the defense, and now we get to see if beginners can muster up an attack on the same objective.
Yeah, Raptors were feeling pretty strong with that 2-0 lead, but beginners not ones to let down in the sign of being low. They're not going to make it easy for Raptors to continue their streak, and they halted.
Yep, big plays coming in there, and everyone on beginners getting some kills. You can see an active KD feed. That's an indicator to me that even though the beginners are down, they have been battling for these rounds and making it hard for Raptors, and that's really an important element to consider in a long day like today, where you're essentially playing 2 full series as opposed to potentially just 2 maps, which is what a normal regular season matchup could be if you win those 2 maps. You're instead slotted in for 6 maps played against the best of the best, and so every map played is hard fought, and there is no easy W's. There is no real big disparity in win-loss ratios on these maps, and every round is hard fought. It definitely does wear down on you a little bit. Beginners, if you think about it, have had quite a long break after winning their first 2 maps. I think they had something like 15 or 20 minutes before they had to jump back into the action, maybe even longer. And so, does that impact them negatively? I don't know. They came out 4-0 on their map pick. We'll have to see now as we get into some later rounds, into map number 4, if stamina becomes an element for either one of these teams. Raptors on defense again, trying to push out. Pause. Can't catch Soldiers on the cross, but they do know that Soldiers is here.
Lonwick also danger close to Rypick. They almost ran into each other, but both opted to just halt.
Yeah, I think Rypick was probably trying to get inside. Probably trying to push up and get into this blue room and tuck in like we saw from the defense of beginners, but Lonwick prioritized getting control here. And like you said, they hurt each other, but that did prevent Rypick from pushing inside this room.
Dino and Raffaello might find each other here shortly, as both are potentially going to try and grab the long angle.
Couple of shots down to the objective, but they really don't connect with much of anything, and it's all a matter of patience here for this beginner's offense, poking and prodding at where the defense could be. Well, Messino taking shots at Raph, can't connect. Raph able to duck back in to cover.
I don't know how I didn't hit him.
Rypick trying to get some utility out into the blue room, not quite going to connect. Oh, flashbang right on the entrance, might have caught Wick. I was just waiting for anybody to try and...
Rypick nearly snagged Raph there over the top. Soldier is going to come around and does get rid of Strayjack in the north. A nice start for Raptors on the defense. But we'll have to see if beginners utilize that distraction to their advantage. They do get rid of Rypick with a nice flash out of blue room. It opens up the option for them to push down this street. Do have to worry about positions like Messino and Raz, but they could push this up. Messino has to full peek this. Raz is checking now out in the open, almost finds some shots, but can't connect, has to duck back in.
Yep, one's in blue room. I just hit him in the head, but he's still up.
Down to the 3-minute mark. Smoils and Raffaello a little bit behind. They do have eye line down towards the objective. But if Lonwick and Paz decide to make an approach, they're going to be a bit disjointed. But beginners have all the time in the world to do what they need to do.
Patience is the name of the game for the beginner's offense, and they're trying to kind of force some rotations from Raptors out of being uncomfortable sitting in the same spot for so long.
Do you have a mag?
You know, and
No. You single shot.
Why you, Smoils?
Okay, guys. Me and Smalls were in place. Smalls, we're not gonna go south. We're gonna go from here straight and go southeast block.
Where is the gap?
Ron, what's the other
There
side
doesn't
so we don't
appear
get
to
killed
be
from these guys?
one.
We'll push
Raptors
with
have this
Smalls.
pretty held down, but as soon as one defender goes down, it's going to be huge opening, as all the rest of the defense is going to have to adjust on any of these gaps.
That's a very good smoke coming in to deny vision from that blue room. Another smoke comes in that doesn't quite deny Messino a vision up down this street, but still, oh, there comes the flash. That one's going to blind Messino. Soldiers pops up at just the right time to shut down Paz, trying to push up there. Great support from Soldiers over the top. And now beginners are down to 3 with a long ways to push, about a minute left.
Oh, Raz finding Lonwick's head off on the long peak. Down to 60 seconds left. The duo from beginners is going to have to take down 4.
Southeast courtyard, southeast courtyard. Keep eyes on objective. Just keep eyes on objective.
A lot of communication between these two. Soldiers throwing out some defensive flashers just in case anyone were to be pushing up to the objective. Smoils has a tall order ahead of them as they have to get rid of 2 defenders, and Marksman's going to actually find that kill. Raph now alone in a 1v4 has to try and push up to the objective. Raptors are looking to push this lead up 3-1. Oh, and Raph
Ready to finish things off.
tries to push up but cannot. Ends up finding that trade, and Raptors do advance their lead up 3-0. Excuse me, 3-1 here. Not quite the 4-0 of Quarantine, but they are certainly on track to tie this up against Beginners 1 map apiece. It would be, again, the best case for them right now, as they do not want to lose 2 to Beginners, and really this would also prevent from Beginners from being guaranteed a position into the semifinals. If they are 3-1, there's still room for anybody to knock out anyone in this final group stage. I guess it does depend on who won what in the boss fight Dead Logic game as well. But we could really have quite an interesting set of matches to decide who our 2 round robin Group B qualifiers will be. It's all a matter of time, and Raptors just have to put up a Marsoc round to lock in this bizarre map pick. Their map choice at that, but it is not going to be an easy task. Their next objective, certainly a challenging one to cap on, and I wonder if they'll even be considering cap as an option, because frankly they just need to eliminate their enemy team to get themselves this map win.
Kick off into what could be the final round of this series. Raptors just need to take this offensive round against Beginners. Beginners maybe feeling a little bit of the pressure here, gonna have to hold this objective.
It could all come down to this as Raptors go on to the attack, and we'll see if Beginners do extend out and get any early picks. They are going to toss a interesting C4. I don't know where that went. Oh, up against the wall. An interesting toss. I wonder if that's where Paz wanted that to go. Either way, that C4 is placed and ready for any sort of south push, as a little bit of suppressive fire does come in from that south side. Raptors not wasting much time in advancing forward here.
Interesting how fast Raptors got to these positions. Soldiers already almost halfway there, and then Raz and Rypick already challenging the mini market. Smoils prone here, gonna be the one to have to defend against this. A perfect frag grenade from Raz all the way from the red truck. A beautiful, beautiful placement. Gonna shut down Smoils. Only a down though, and a relatively easy res, but it's gonna force one of these defenders off of their normal position, which is gonna make a gap in coverage. It's gonna be Strayjack to rotate off though. The smart move is there's no north pressure.
Paz is able to suppress Raz up against red truck. While they do that, Strayjack does rotate around and pick up Smoils.
And go back to his location, and I gotta wonder if maybe they're gonna assume this corner is now clear with that grenade going there.
I wonder if they're gonna look up at that C4 placement on the wall. It's so out in the open, but I don't think. Yeah, I know.
And it could catch a rotation around the front side of the building Pauses in. If he hears any footsteps running around there, that smoke is going to make that audio.
Why are all
look
of
at
you
all
so
that
bad?
smoke just to shut down Pause's position.
a lot of suppressive fire through the wood just to check and make sure nobody's there.
Soldier Z and Raffaello right next to each other here. I know Raffaello's aware of soldiers, but I don't know if soldiers is aware of Raffaello. Judging by his movement, he must be. And it's just going to come down to who swings on who.
So much patience from both of these players getting put on display here. That moving a little.
Gonna swing.
Or we're just gonna sit here for several minutes. Who knows? You know, it could be. We are into that tense moment. Soldiers doesn't want to commit out just yet. They want to wait for Marksman and Raz to likely push up on that street, but that's going to require them to get rid of Smoils, and so there's going to be a bit of time, I think, until Soldiers may want to push out from here. At this point, I do wonder if Raph knows Soldiers is in the tight corner, even.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much information either of these players have. Oh, there's a gun peek, and Raph gets his indicator that it is time to come around that corner and swing. And with no backup, the refrag doesn't come out. Raptors going down 1 to beginners 5 now, still up.
Fire, Lonwick finds Messino in mini courtyard. It's now all up to the south approach. Rypick, Marksman, and Raz. They do work their way up into Strayjack first. Raffaello second here. Raz goes down. Raph with another kill.
Beginners looking to hold on to this map here, not letting Raptors get away with it easy. Pause. Thought he was going to rotate out, but looks like he's going to continue to hold. He's basically the backup. If Raph goes down, it's going to be up to Pause to maintain that coverage. Going out in the open, being found by Lon Wick from the long angle, now down to just Rypick over in the market area. Little disjointed, kind of maybe going on a hunt here. With under 60 seconds, though, he really doesn't have the time to do this.
Yeah, 40 seconds now, and here's footsteps. Here's information of positions around them, but how quickly can they react and move off of that information? They have to push up to that objective or find 4 kills. And already they've shot at Raph and missed. Raph does peek the corner. They miss. A little interesting bit of back and forth as Lonwick does catch Raph out. Next up is... Excuse me, Rypick catches Raph out. Yeah, Pause, Lonwick, Smoils, a lot of kills to be had here, and everybody takes down Rypick as he tries to cross the street. Beginners, well, they stay in it. They are looking to remain undefeated here, and are not allowing easy wins from the likes of Raptors. It's, I mean, they almost have more kills than Raptors even.
Yeah, they are holding strong, and now they have to attack this position in order to possibly win it. If they get a cap here, that is the map, and what an upset that would be for Raptors, having had such a lead. So this is still potentially, once again, the final round for either team.
Yeah.
And this map still up in the air.
Yeah. Really the pressure on now, you know, especially as we get into the back half of this group stage. It is, you know, each of these rounds becomes more and more important. And I love to see the battle that we've been experiencing so far. It has been great. And, you know, don't feel like we've seen anything terribly unique come out from either side, but we have seen good, solid Onward gameplay from both teams, whether it's on the attack or with utility. There really has been some good fighting going on here this afternoon, but I don't know. I'm interested to see if we get, beginners getting aggressive with a push, trying to cap, or if they do just sort of stick to what is working for them to try and tie this up 3-3. We'll have to see. We go into the round and they go on to the offense.
Imagine beginners take this 1 point, bring it to 3-3, and then we go to Coyote objective for the final.
Yeah, that could be wild.
Wouldn't that be a hoot?
At that stage,
Go into the
it becomes interesting because you don't really
What? You told me to
care about a cap anymore. It's all about winning that
Yeah.
map, and so.
Really?
We got
That's
confused. I know what you're saying now.
Yeah, it's okay.
You.
Okay,
yeah, I
so
know,
you're
I
watching
know.
that.
It's
so,
my
eh?
fault. It's my fault. It's good.
It's okay.
have a stage up from beginners,
Nobody
just
crossed.
looking for any
Nobody crossed
flanks.
from that, but it
as
might
they-
cross from the far north.
I feel
wall,
like at
behind the
this
wall.
level, there's almost 2 stage ups. The first stage up is get the early lines while also maintaining a coverage for flankers. And then there's a second stage up for the actual push onto the objective.
Whole matter
Initial
of
and then secondary.
timing and execution on those stages, and
I'm gonna.
yeah, we just have to patiently wait for beginners to set themselves up, then eventually push in. That'll take time. It'll take probably 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes from now before too much action.
Raptors are going to stay very condensed here as they need
There's
to
one
hold
behind
this
Marcus.
objective
He's
in
by the
order
alley.
to
They were
take
far
this
west
map
alley.
and maintain that 1-1 tie and deny beginners a
I wish you had a
guaranteed
YouTube over
position
there.
to move up.
Yeah, make it across to kill them now, and we'll get ready to push it.
We might need smoke over in front of there.
Lower
And how
approach
about on
from
the kill room
beginners. They
still in
did
post?
peek
Because then
towards
they will have some
mini
there.
market just a little bit, but they're not solidly holding it.
Smalls, are you from south now?
On Wick and Straight Jack, the duo to move over the Coyote / middle market. Then the rest of the attacking force gonna come in from the south
Down. You gotta watch for the.
or west. I'm sorry, southwest as Paz makes his approach.
Last one.
Moyles dumping rounds over towards Rypick, able to get one, opens up a potential gap in this defense. Paz going to dish out some smokes onto objective. An indicator that they could be going for the cap. It would be a big play they go for right now, but one they feel comfortable in risking it for, as they've already won one map against this team. Soldiers is there to catch Paz, try and push out. Raffaello is here waiting. Soldiers goes down in a trade, and Raf is down and Resable. Smoils could rotate around, pick this up. Beginners could be into a 4-3.
Gonna be a matter of beginners taking down these early positions from Raptors and then staging up and getting all this real estate for their final attack. They have all the time to do it. They just passed the 3-minute mark. Straight Jack run around finding Martin. Great swing. Raz just not ready to protect him, but he does get the refrag into a 3v2. Lon Wick taking down Messino on objective. Now down to just Raz to watch the cross. He does not have great coverage of the objective, though.
Yeah, Raz realizes the threat present here and decides to charge towards objective. Smoils and Raf are there waiting, and Smoils finds that kill. Beginners with a different pace, with a different timing on their attack, throw off the Raptors defense, and they tie things up 3-3 here. Our final objective looking like it is going to be the Humvee. We're talking about how it would be quite wild if it was Coyote, but that is not the case here. Still, though, it is 3-3, and beginners, well, in true beginners fashion, do not they do not make it easy. They do not let go, and they are one round away from mounting an impressive comeback.
Yeah, what a crazy turn of events here. But as we say, that's what we're here to watch. This is the prime of Onward. Everybody is fighting for blood here.
Yeah, it is a full-out brawl for a chance at that $10,000 in cash and hardware prize pool. That does come from our sponsors, and we've shouted them out a few times already today. You've seen them ticking across your screen, and you've seen the ads. They are HyperX, VRML, VR Cover, VRware, ProTube VR, Arma, and myself, Nightfire with 2 E's, all contributing into Season 12's prize pool. It is a exciting time when it comes down to these teams competing for money on the line, and it is important to remember that that is an added element in the pressure here this afternoon. They're not just playing for the bragging rights of being the #1 squad in Season 12. They are playing for a nice chunk of change. Beginners and Raptors all tied up, though, and if this is an indicator, Sky, of what we can expect in the semis and the finals, I am all game. This has been a great battle here on Bazaar, and, well, Raptors now have to win a Marsoc round.
All up to this here for this round. Rypick going solo over in the far east. The rest of the team doing a 4 split into the Kaya. It looks like they're going to go into their own little teams here. And now Rypick already making it to tank past pause. They are already covered. They are. Pause finds the pick. And now down to just 4 Raptors. The early takedown gonna hurt them a little bit, as now they don't have the east coverage they were expecting.
Yeah. Didn't really get past Paz there. Paz does find that kill, and
You can't just assume spots.
a bit of counter aggression, and soldiers telling the team you can't assume spots, you have to clear them. And I think maybe they were assuming that Paz wasn't there, but indeed Paz was. Now, of course, with those shots coming out, they seem to be aware of that potential threat. Marksman calling out, you know, be cautious of scaffolding. That's the position that Paz is on now.
And that just goes to show the awareness these teams must have. Marksman knowing that Rypick went down there, and scaffolding being one of the best positions to take by the defense if they make it there, to warn them of it.
A nice line of smokes, but still Paz has the vision over the top of them, and they are dissipating now too.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what the use for them was. They weren't really cutting off much lines of sight, and nobody really acted on them either.
Yeah, really. We'll have to see. But it feels like a bit of a waste of utility.
That's a lot of points down the drain. Trying to take a look at what everybody else has. Raz still has a frag grenade. Could be useful against Smolo's position if they manage to get it inside of a window or doorway. We still have a decent amount of utility on the side of the attackers. Can be utilized for their final push here. They just need to deal with Paz somehow. And it looks like the Paz's position has really put a pause on the attack here, as they are not quite sure how they're going to get that angle. And as Raz was making a rotation to try and find him long, Lonwick manages to shut him down. That is a key pickup in order to stop any of those side approaches here. Both the east and the west shut down. All they have left is a central approach.
Raptors do not want to lose 2 here this afternoon, and they are 3 players away from just that happening. We'll have to see if the trio can work together, and almost losing one of the three there as Soldiers ducks down to avoid shots.
They've spent a lot of time inside of this bazaar just looking for angles. Raffaello maybe looking for a kill or two, thinking he can get a peek on.
One's on
Marksman
objective,
shutting
one's on
that
objective.
down. He did get wounded, though, as you see him try and heal.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Flash from Raph. Right up over the top. Pauses Marksman's aggression for a second.
One killed objective. One
Yeah,
killed
not really something he can
act.
act on, though. He would have had to make a very exposed cross to try and kill Marksman. So he's just going to back off, let that little flashbang sink in for a second.
I mean, they still have to get across Pause. You know, and if Pause turns around to watch this street, it's just going to be a very difficult task. The right choice is what Marksman is doing, though, to rotate around this side and try and split Pause's attention.
Yeah, it's going to be the only way to deal with him. Pause has been turning occasionally, so it's all going to be about the timing, and Marksman not making too much noise. Messino finding Raph. But Pause definitely heard those footsteps, or maybe not. Maybe just a check. No, he did not. Marksman finds the back of the head of Pause. Bringing this to a 3-3, but only 60 seconds left. They have to make this happen. Marksman cannot spend too much time out here in the east.
I killed one in the south, one on OBJ. Okay, never mind. Let's
50 seconds left. They have to push. They don't have time to strategize or hash out their plan. It is a matter of time. As Marksman full sprints from the south. Messino does cross, and Soldiers gets a little bit of fire. Smoils and Messino trade down. A big trade to prevent a cap opportunity. But they don't know that there's nobody here to defend. And Strajak goes down to Marksman. 22 seconds left. Lonwick is alone on the backside, and on a big rotation, they don't spot out Marksman. There's the trade down, and Raptors do manage to take one away from the beginners team by the skin of their teeth. I mean, the final.
Wow.
It's crazy. But
it came down to the wire.
They get one, and they take map number 4 of today, but the second map here of this series, and keep things split 1 apiece between beginners and Raptors. We still have one final game ahead of us. I believe it's going to be beginners and boss fight here, and Raptors and Dead Logic over on channel 3. So another hype game to be tuning into right here on this channel. We will give you more info on who is placed where when we come back. But for now, don't go anywhere because Group B is still going. We got one more match ahead of us.
Yes.
Easy going right there. One more to go. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for patiently waiting for the beginning of our next mashup. We are 10 minutes away from the start of the final set of games, and, well, we're going to have a brief little chat about what is to come. It's right now, where everyone sits, Boss Fight and Beginners are 3-1, Raptors are 2-2, Dead Logic are 0-4. They have, or no, 1-3. Right? Or have they lost all of their games?
0-4.
0-4. Dead Logic is 0-4. And so when we talk about the future here, I mean, Visceral, we talked about it a little bit offline. This Raptors Dead Logic game, it very well could be that Raptors end up 4-2 at the end of this matchup.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how this could play out here. If Raptors are able to take out Dead Logic on both maps, then they position themselves well with a 4-2, but that's still not going to be a guarantee.
Yeah.
Because Beginners versus Boss Fight, how that goes down could still determine how Raptors do, even with a perfect score against Dead Logic.
If one of the, and you know, then it's a matter of if, you know, in the Beginners versus Boss Fight match, which will be live here on this channel and on venues, if they trade, then we have two teams that are those two teams that are 4-2, and potentially Raptors that are 4-2, and then we're going to have to decide who wins based off of point differentials, rounds won. There's several different factors that we use to, you know, determine these tiebreakers.
Yeah, we did have some questions coming out with that in chat, and I mean, when it comes down to it, the total number of wins is obviously going to be first.
Yeah.
But then we're going to take a look at the points difference, the total points, whether the teams have fought against each other, if they're tied at that point. Lots of factors coming in here for that.
Yeah, there is a fair way that we will determine the tiebreaker, but we're not quite there yet, because in the, you know, if Beginners or if Boss Fight win both their maps, then the loser there, you know, it depends then how Raptors do. If Raptors don't win, but, you know, there's so many question marks up in the air behind these final two sets of games. It's going to be very exciting to see who is going to be our round robin Group B champions. Jamie, I'm curious to get your thoughts. Are you thinking of changing your initial predictions on who's going to be first and second here? Are you sticking with the EU element, or in which case you're hoping that Beginners and Boss Fight tie and then Raptors lose one? I mean, there's what are your thoughts now going into these final two maps?
A lot of eventualities that possibly could take place in these final two matchups, but I'm still pretty confident with Beginners and Boss Fight based on how they've been playing. It is going to be interesting to see, because from my experience so far, they are playing so similar, both teams using the full 6 minutes to prepare their attacks. So that one's going to be impossible to call.
Yeah, we did see Sky Beginners change the pace a little bit up on Raptors, and it worked out well. Do you think now, as we get into this final two maps of the group stage, that we could start seeing some unique plays and some shifting in timing?
Oh, definitely. As we get into, again, this final round here, with everything up in the air, I mean, the wild cards are going to come out. We're going to see teams doing everything they can to get that title, and who knows what to expect. They probably have things up on their sleeves that they haven't even shown us yet.
Yeah, it is an incredibly hyped time to be tuning in to some Onward action, and, well, both group stages really delivering this weekend. I have been very happy that we have caught all of the action here And really appreciate everybody that has been tuning in and enjoying what I think has been some of the best Onward that we've been able to watch in the VRML. It's really been a fantastic battle. It's getting me super hyped for the semis and finals, which are just next weekend. Those will start at the same time at 9:30 a.m. PST. They will be on this channel and only this channel, and so you can catch all of the semifinals and finals action live on Onward, on twitch.tv/VRMasterLeague and Horizon venues next weekend. Again, 9:30 a.m. PST with the pre-show, 10 a.m. with the game start. We have to break off and get ready for gameplay as we are just minutes away from diving into our final two maps this afternoon. Again, thank you all for hanging out and enjoying the postseason action. We will all be back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Group B gets decided when we come back.
Yes.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for patiently waiting for us to get into the final series of the evening, Boss Fight vs. Beginners. My name's Nightfire, my co-caster, the Sky Joker. Sky, this one, well, there's a lot on the line here for three teams in these final two maps.
We're all just dangling around here, just waiting. This is it. We're the final stage of round robin Group B, and then it's all the marbles next weekend with whoever comes out on top here.
It is 15 weeks of regular season gameplay and a postseason amounting in to these final moments for both of these teams at an opportunity to advance into the semifinals. Like you said, Sky, it's a lot on the line. And we do have bans. We do have our first map of the day. We are going to start on Snow Peak. This feels like a common pick here. Maybe teams just, don't see it as a big threat, but it's just interesting to see it played so much in the group stage. But here it is for our first map of Boss Fight and Beginners, and we are diving in to the action, taking a look at the active rosters. Over on Beginners, we got Quick, Raffaello, Stray Jack, Smoils, and Paz. And over on Boss Fight, we got Scooby-Doo, Woods, Little Sayonara, Legal, and Archer. The same roster that they used at the end of their last series that we launched. Already shots coming in from Scooby. I'm not sure at what, though, as the entire Marsoc offense has spawned in that far southeast corner. And they are nowhere near this defense yet, other than Stray Jack and Paz, who set up into some positions early and are just sort of scanning the outside of the defensive wall.
I'm not sure what these shots from Scooby were for. Maybe just a pre-fire just in case. Maybe just to grab some attention.
Well, that had to have been at a drone. I don't think Scooby's shooting up into the sky for no reason. But the drone, again, coming into play. Team's really been utilizing a lot on offense here in the group stage.
Such a powerful tool. I'm not seeing anybody with marksman though. I don't think there was a drone.
Sorry, bunker.
I think he's just grabbing it.
Yeah, I think you're I don't think Scooby's shooting at it.
I think he's just excited.
Yeah, it's an interesting attention-drawing strategy. And it's what Scooby's doing. They're periodically shooting rounds just literally into the sky to try and draw out counter-suppressive fire so that the Boss Fight team can listen in to where those shots are being fired from and try and react accordingly. An interesting setup as well from Boss Fight, and that Little Sayonara is extended out and up into an aggressive forward position, waiting to catch anybody out in their initial push towards objective.
I'm really curious to see how Woods 43's position comes into play late round. Because while that's so exposed to various utility, that's not a common position.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anybody's going to think to check behind these sandbags. They're going to be so focused on the hangar and the shacks.
The trouble is, though, that if Woods wants to stand up, the act of standing up will pop them up over this very short, not even, hip high wall. So they have to stay prone behind it, and it is a risk. If, like I said, if they do want to pop up, it's not going to be very quick, and well, I guess it could be depending on how physical they are. If Woods can really spring up to action and be shooting over the barrier quick, but again, it's an interesting spot for sure, and could become very effective late once the push comes in.
I like to have my leg kind of sideways so my foot is still planted on the ground for that spring action.
Ah.
It all depends on the posture you take
Yeah,
while
right.
you're on the ground.
Well, I don't know if Woods is in a yoga pose right now, but they could be.
You never know. Man, 2 minutes coming up here. Beginners not quite finding any contact here from their rounds, but Lil Sayonara shuts down pause. Gonna get boss fight 1 up on beginners here, 5-4. The 2 minute mark passing, but again, this is what beginners like. This is where they live in the final moments of the round.
Woods does get up and rotate out just before Seaquick has vision down that lane. They're rotating around to potentially support Sayonara, who could find another pick if they're fortunate. Uh-oh, they got distracted just at the wrong time, though, and Raph is there to find the kill. The push coming in from the other side as well from
There's
beginners.
one on the
Archer
lake.
taking shots towards
South
Stray
Hill.
Jack. A minute and a half.
Cross
Beginners
South
do
Hill.
have to start working in.
Gonna be a matter of can Seaquick pick up Legel. Like
Yes, we
Seaquick's
lost
actually
three.
gonna rotate off the North Hill and go central. And now coming down to now the 60-second mark. Moles and Raffaello making their move.
Smoke's coming in from Seaquick over the top of Woods as well. They're pinching in from the other side. Woods perfectly smoked out, challenges Seaquick and finds the headshot.
Shots coming in onto objective. Just nice suppression, but 40 seconds left. They need to be doing more than just that. Stray Jack moving in from the back end. Woods 43 shutting it down, and now the final approach. Smoltz going down to Scooby. Raph coming in, finding Woods, but now the lasers are trained on him. Making his approach, finding Legel. Might end in a trade here, and it does. Boss fight. Take the first point on beginners map pick as they hold the objective successfully.
So interesting on that overall strategy from Boss Fight there. I have never seen an LMG just shooting into the sky to draw audio attention. I've certainly seen LMGs just shooting to suppress or put bullets down range, but never putting those bullets just into the sky as an audio distraction. And it worked on several different elements in that it drew out fire from a couple of different shooters that ended up giving away their position, giving information to the boss fight defense that they could then work with. And some good aggressive setups from the boss fight side end up getting and catching beginners off guard. And, you know, we didn't talk about it much in the before the start of this series, but I mean, these two teams are no strangers to each other, Sky. They've played each other a lot.
No, maybe we're just both wrong, and he was actually aiming for us. Maybe that's the new meta. Shoot at the casters.
Oh, well. Don't need the
But yeah, as you
suppressive
said,
fire.
they play each other. They do play each other a lot in season, both scrims and in matchups. These teams well aware of how each other play, especially being an EU with the smaller pool of potential matches. And they've both been here for years.
Yeah. It is a...
And some of these players have been on both teams. You see the Woods brothers, I believe both have been on beginners, so...
That is true. Certainly worth mentioning that we have seen roster shakeups at these top levels, and that is one of those shakeups. The Woods brothers used to be historically on the beginners team, and they are now on Boss Fight, and they are competing against some of their former teammates as... well, this is a quick spawn for Boss Fight. They'll be able to challenge the objective right away if they choose. They can push down this hill and be a potential threat. Of course, beginners are going to be looking for that spawn, and we'll have to see if we do get any sort of early action. Get into round 2.
Boss Fight just staging up once again here for the first 60 seconds, making sure beginners don't try any funny business moving up here. But beginners are going to stay very tucked in around the objective, very condensed, holding their lines. A lot more so than Boss Fight.
Well, very different strategy. You know, Boss Fight almost looking to draw attention in their defense last round, but beginners, like you said, staying very tucked in and focused on their angles on their defensive side. Boss Fight not opting to go for a over-aggressive push, taking their time instead and wrapping around to potentially push down in through this center lane, utilize the hills as cover, eventually get up to the bunker, and then obviously have a great 3/4, almost more, bit of cover here to shoot down from onto several key defensive positions like Strayjack, who, if they do start to get suppressed, they really will be in trouble here in this little dent. I think going prone will save them, but they don't have a lot of solid cover to work behind if they're identified.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough to make any rotations late round, but with each of these positions having a potential backup, they may not need to.
Strayjack taking the first shots.
1 sandbags by the bunker.
Down towards the advancing Boss Fight
Okay,
team,
I'm
trying
gonna
to
chill
get
out
up
here then.
to that
I've got 3
bunker.
minutes and a half. Gonna need to make stuff happen soon.
Drone goes down there. See quick.
Beta 5.
Lego is kind of flying forward here, and no one really watching the north all too well. They're able to work their way up.
If you have eyes on the north tower, be
Within
ready to shoot at
utility
it. I'm
range.
gonna blow him up. He might fly.
Oh, nice pickup from Strayjack onto Scooby-Doo. Only going to be a down, though.
Oh, they're trying to find more. I think Lego was trying to launch an M203 onto Strayjack and didn't connect there. So that's the M203 gone.
And coming up on the 2-minute mark here. Beginners holding this down pretty strong. So far, no downs on their side.
Woods is working across the lake and could be challenging Strayjack soon. There's the revive.
Yeah, and I've not had any shots out from there either. He might be dead. I don't.
Gonna be a matter of can he put any utility onto Strayjack's position. He does have flash and smoke. Perfect flashbang, but he's not gonna act on it.
Oh.
Strayjack does call out that he's flashed though, which is gonna give Wood some information.
Doesn't give Sayonara the information, though. Woods is going to come pumping up over the top, and they do connect. Do get the refrag, do keep things 4-4, and now they're in a very powerful spot. Woods is actually going to go up over the top. Tries to find pause, drops off the edge. Smoyle's looking for the tight corner. Smoke comes in. Smoyles applies pressure. Woods isn't ready for it.
Oh.
A nice pickup there. Meanwhile, on the other side, Legel has pushed forward with Smokes, past Seaquick's position, and Raph on a late angle catches one. Archer with a good refrag. Seaquick finds Legel. Archer is alone. Boss Fight getting picked apart on their attack as Seaquick here should find an exposed Archer. There's the trade back and forth. We're all tied up between these EU Titans, 1 apiece.
Wow, they are really taking it down to the final seconds. Both teams just leaning on the stages and then the final chaos.
It is the tried and true strategy of both squads. It's when we get to new objectives and different positions and spots like this one inside that you may see a different pace from either one of these teams. Both squads capable of deploying that aggressive offensive play style where they look for almost the whole round in the first minute. But we've only seen it for one round from beginners here today. It's not something that they do regularly, and it makes sense that if you're winning, you stick to what's working and what's comfortable. Still, though, I imagine that, again, these teams are very familiar with each other, and so even a change of pace may not be enough to really throw off your opponent. It could just come down to execution at the end of the day, and, well, that's what it really most of the time does come down to when you get up into the top 8, the top 3 with these teams in particular, and I am looking forward to the rest of these last 2 maps of this group stage, because these teams are really going to put it all on the line.
Yeah, they're not going down without clawing and fighting their way through it.
Over there for me. Oh, go, you want armor piercing?
Right. As we don't get a quick
Archer.
spawn
Like
from
a
beginners
drum
onto
mag.
this objective, which
Oh, the
may
other
or
drum.
may not work in their favor. For a team like beginners, I think either one would have been optimal.
See the standard swapping of gear at the start of a round. Not every class can take all of the different utility options. And so sometimes you'll see an LMG swapping out a mag with another player, or a change of grenades, or a change of C4. There's all kinds of different swapping of hands of utility that you'll see at the start of a round to maximize how much utility a certain player can take depending on what class that they are running. Beginners working their way up relatively quick to the horseshoe. 5 minutes. First minute not even done yet, and they could be running into an exchange with Legal here.
Gonna be tight in the close quarters. And Legal with a nice little peek up, gonna find spoils.
Yeah, you can see they're looking through a very small gap there and seeing a shift in color and then peeking out for the kill. It's what we saw on other double stacked boxes from, I think, not just Boss Fight, other squads here today already. And so a high level strategy, I guess, of defending. As Raph and Paz now have to work up. Paz hearing the footsteps of Woods on the other side, and wonder if that makes them a little bit nervous of where this defense could be.
One in the tunnel right next to me, the one that leads to you, Ben.
Raph about to peek the same corner his teammate just died to. I think it's quite enough for Lego to realize. Shots do come out, don't connect with anything, a little bit of a pre-fire. Now we kind of slow things down a bit as Paz makes his way through the tunnels onto Woods.
Oh yeah, they've heard the comms, they heard them in that corner.
Oh,
surprises
wow,
them, though, with
nice.
the counter
Minus one
peek.
electrical.
Beautiful work. Just as he was rotating backwards, that's going to put beginners down to 3. Boss Fight still up 5. And now 3 minutes coming up on the clock. The beginners just a little too spread out. No chance of any refrags. And very little information for them to gather from those deaths.
Curious to see what the plan is for the beginners team here.
Yeah. I think we should push north. Push into the middle.
Now with only the 2 of them.
We have that guy, boss.
Well, they can hear you talking at full volume, so.
to the duo Straight Jack and Seaquick coming up from the north tunnel. Gonna have to deal with Scooby, who is holding a C4 clacker, but they just disabled it up on the roof there. Grenade could still detonate it, which it looks like Scooby's gonna go for. Oh, but it's too far. Oh, the attempt for the M203 not gonna find its mark, and then the trade to finish it off. Beginners going down to boss fight. Boss fight successfully holding the objective with 5 still up, not including that trade.
Yeah, that is a pretty solid defensive hold from the boss fight squad. It puts them within firing range of taking their map pick. We'll have to see what the spawn is for them out of the Marsoc position, but we have seen some teams get pretty close to caps on this objective today. I think twice today. It's been exciting to watch these squads try and push in through this tunnel objective space with so many different options. Good coordination really can lead you to a very commanding W, but I really do wonder if boss fight are thinking cap right now. You know, if they lose the round, it's not that big of a deal. They're tied 2-2. Of course, a question of what objective do you go to, and you know, is that a risk of being capped? Does become does have to go across your mind, but there's only I don't know. We have seen caps on objectives that I have almost never seen capped today. So expect the unexpected, I guess, and maybe it's a risk to really kind of give up around. Maybe they will go and play it still methodically, but you know, if you can sort of force the opportunity for a cap, then that's map number 1 into boss fight's hands, just like that. And every win matters. Even now, as we are into these final 2 matches of this 6-match round robin, it is still anybody's game. So, you know, neither one of these teams wants an L on the board right now, and I don't know. Will the risks be taken? We'll have to see as we get into round number 4. On Snow Peak, already kills coming in. Strayzak trying to get aggressive, gets shut down. Sayonara there, ready and waiting.
Echo 4
finds one right away, and I wonder if that's going to kick off a more aggressive advance forward here as Pause does dish out a C4. I wonder if that's close enough to the sand to distract. Smoils catches Leggle.
Key pickups here, gonna bring this to a 4-4 as the beginners kind of hold up here on their defense now. D-Quick holding the north with C4 somewhere, not quite sure where that is. Oh, I have found it on 3. Woods about to push right through it. If C-Quick times this just right, he's gonna find one, but Woods is now out of danger. And the C4 too late.
I'm still.
Woods
has come out. Woods makes it the cross.
They're at objective, threatening this defense. Raph has to be popping out and checking. More smoke comes in. And a utility over the top. Is that a nade? It is. It goes just a bit too far. Raph does catch Scooby with their nade. And shots come in, but don't confirm.
Once this res, he has to go now.
Here goes. Quick, dives out, picks it up while the smoke continues to tick down. Scooby tries to push up onto C-Quick and Raph, and they go down. Woods drops back. A good hold from the duo here that is now being challenged by both Sayonara and Archer, giving Raph a poking from both sides. Woods is able to get Raph down over the shoulders of C-Quick. Pause now trying to hold the long angle, and C-Quick still can't find the line they need onto Woods. It's bad news because their back is going to be exposed soon. The trade there, Archer catches one. We're into a 1v1 with Archer and Pause alone in their efforts to try and lock in a W here.
Wow. Pause just holding the cross here. The smoke, not really in the optimal position. Pause is going to rotate all the way around.
Oh, wow.
Oh, but Archer was ready for it. Boss fight. Take the dub just in the nick of time.
Good plays from Archer to be ready for that rotation. I really felt like they were going to smoke and then cross down that hallway and have the gun at the hip, you know, but it almost seemed to be part of their strategy to smoke that main lane out in order to force the rotation down the clear alley, and they were ready and waiting for that kill. A solid 3-1 lead on Snow Peak on Boss Fight's map pick right now. Beginners, well, they have to battle back again. We saw it happen last time on Snow Peak, but this time it's against Boss Fight, and we do change objectives to one that we haven't seen yet today.
Shack objective, always a interesting little toss-up, as it's tough. It's a tough one to defend.
A lot of penetrable cover that you have to worry about on defense, and you do kind of have to spread out to really cover the main points of entry from a potential offensive threat. That ranges from defending the garage to the center of the map by the horseshoe, as it's called, and also defending the entire lake rotation all the way into the south. The offense can actually spawn in the southwest, and that can also be a potential threat. So there's a lot to worry about with this objective, and beginners, well, they get an opportunity to try and keep themselves in this first map. They do not want to even be thinking about where we're headed for map 2, but it is going to be their map pick, so at least that may be something that can kind of play into their hand. But either way, Boss Fight are feeling good now as we go into round number 5 on our first map of the series.
Might see some early action from Lego, Scooby-Doo, and Woods as they all push out towards the offense, getting that south base spawn.
Oh yeah, Seaquick is looking for some
I seriously
shots
think someone's
on
at
the
that
stairs.
hill, northeast, over by the sandbags, 100%, the far back one.
Be really tough for them to peek out Seaquick. As I say that, he does opt to top down.
Seaquick identifying that rotation early and calling it out, and is concerned about that potential defensive position, but it was just a early sort of rotation from Boss Fight. They then swapped back, tuck back into the objective space, and going to be up to Legal to hold and defend from this rotation. Smoils utilizing that small divot there. I guess not divot, but the small, the big rather, hilltop in the lake that to work past these lines of sight, and now potentially challenge from the center if they do want to work their way up to Little Cyanor. Seaquick does catch out Legal. Archer goes down as well. Boss Fight lose 2 very quickly as this beginner's team starts to work up to the objective. Not the start Boss Fight are looking for on a round that could lock them in a map W, but exactly what beginners need right now.
Yeah, cutting down 2 at the same time is not only going to give them a numbers advantage, but is also going to make Boss Fight sweat a little bit. They have to rethink quite a few different things. They have to cover those gaps. They have to rotate. They have to change things up, and that's going to hit them. That's going to work on their mental game. 3.5 left. Beginners have all the time in the world, too.
Yeah, it is a lot of time to work with. Woods on a rotation, can't find Paz. Paz able to get that kill, another big pick up for them, and Boss Fight are just down to 2 on objective as they have completely lost control of South. That doesn't even really need they don't even need the North element. The Smoils is there presenting it. The M203 launcher comes in and doesn't connect. Sayonara tries to counter with a flash, but Smoils has already dropped off, and the rest of Beginners is working up to the objective, up towards Scooby-Doo.
Beginners definitely have a good kill count. They're well aware that they have control. And now they're going to start encircling this objective and attacking it from all directions that they can. Paz is going to be the first one to aggress here. Grey Jack Sayonara coming out on top. Wow.
Boss Fight not out of this one just yet. Scooby-Doo still alive. They've tucked inside to a dangerous position. It'll come down to the timing of this Beginner's assault and how they decide to push in from this south side.
Well, coming out on objective, that's going to force the defense to maybe rotate a little bit, get good line of sight. The grenade not cooked long enough. Paz able to dodge out of the way, and now Raph coming in to back his approach.
Wow, Scooby moves.
Realizing that's not a great idea to be in there.
Perfect timing to move out. Seaquick's on the corner, though. Scooby does see them. They both see Seaquick on the corner. Scooby drops back. What a great bit of rotating here from Scooby to throw off this defense. Here comes the smoke up to the objective. I think Beginners may be considering
one
cap.
Far lane 1. Far left lane. I'm down.
Scooby calling out a false call out that he's down. And the trade comes out to finish.
A very excited Seaquick gets
executed.
Yeah, by their teammates.
Silence.
Yeah, they just need the silence for the few moments that they can get. But great plays from Seaquick. They do get that double kill, 7 and 5 there on the KD, as you can see. And Beginners are not out of this just yet. They are battling back just like they did against Raptors, and it's going to come down to Boss Fight now with their chance at a Marsoc round. And you know, just a great job, especially from Beginners in getting the early kills. You know, for them to pick up the shots that they needed, those 2 kills on the initial South defense were vital. If they didn't pick those up, it's, you know, obviously a completely different story. Their whole pace and momentum is disrupted because of Legel being in that position. And so, you know, it's an interesting spot to take, because really all you have to do is flash up and over the top and you can nullify that potential defender. But it's I don't know, I didn't see the play happen, but either way, a good job from Beginners to advance out of their south spawn and, well, stay in this 3-2. They do not want to have any big round deficits either, Sky, because who knows where we land at the end of this series. It very well could be 3 teams that are 4-2 across the board. And if that's the case, like we talked about in that little break, it does come down to rounds 1 and whatnot. So every round at this stage does matter. It's just the wins are obviously the most important. We'll see if Boss Fight can lock in the W here as we go into round number 6 on map 1 of the series, map 5 of the deck.
gonna be nerve-wracking. This potentially the map point for boss fight. They can just grab this objective as Woods manages to take down a rotating pause early on.
Yeah, Pause getting very aggressive, way more aggressive than Legal. Trying to find players out that were really nowhere near that timing yet, so just a little bit ahead of the pace of boss fight out of this spawn. And, well, it does allow boss fight really kind of full control of the south east side now. Beginners really do not have a similar sort of, I wouldn't say weakness, because I'm sure it's they understand that there's a gap there, but a similar gap to the one that they pushed down to win the round just a few minutes ago.
Looks like the next potential threat for this push is going to be Stray Jack looking down that long canyon. Unless they go around, which looks like Sayonara is going to do, in which case they're going to run into C-Quick.
Ooh. Woods almost getting tagged there. Smoils with a very long shot. No scope. Oh, a scope, a holographic though, not using any enhanced vision there, and it's maybe why those shots didn't connect right away, but still, even shooting from that long of a range is a challenge. If you want to stabilize your aim in situations like this, you can get yourself a Pro Tube. I imagine that Stray Jack has one, considering they are lasered in here down this side, waiting for this push to come in. Smokes are out, though, and they're not bad. They're not great. Stray Jack can look over them if they want, but they're here.
Stray Jack's going to attempt to throw one out. He's going to expose his position, but Woods wasn't quite looking at that moment. Grenade up and over from Sayonara, not quite gonna find C-Quick. Very close. Stray Jack shutting down Archer. Now up to Woods and Sayonara up on this side. Scooby having his own fight. Coming up on top of Stray Jack shutting down Woods.
Yeah, the question I was about to say is, where's the rest of boss fight? And Legal and Scooby do start to work their way up. C-Quick now has 2 they have to worry about, and Sayonara maybe on a full rotation to reconnect with the duo here and push from one side together. But we're into a 3-3. Boss fight 3 kills away from taking their first map and their map pick. But beginners, again, are not making it easy.
Oh, the M203 just misses over as Scooby pushes C-Quick and comes out on top in the single shot nonetheless.
Echo 2. Echo 2, Echo 2. One by garage.
Good kill count from boss fight. 3-2. Smoils making a rotation. Might find the back if Sayonara isn't paying attention.
I don't have smokes to get us across.
Legal's not watching. Sayonara catches Stray Jack. Smoils is taking some big risks.
He's tunnel vision.
He checks the tablet, realizes they're all alone. Sayonara, not aware those shots are behind him.
Yeah, no, he's aware, but he knows he's the last guy, so he's just gonna run for the objective. Oh,
why? Why not go for the shot? I don't understand. You're 1 kill away from winning the map. No reason to well, we see a very different sight than what the opponent does, what these teams and players do, but maybe they thought it was a friendly. I don't know. But the shots came out from Smoils and they decided not to worry about it as they rotate and catch the back of an attempted cap. We're now tied 3-3. We go to a crazy objective one that I think is going to be challenging for beginners to secure, but nonetheless going to be an interesting objective to end this map on. And of course we come down to the 3-3, right, Sky? I mean, beginners, they do not let go of a map easy right now, especially at least in this round robin. They have not.
Could we ask for anything better, though?
It's yeah, good quality Onward, good quality battle back and forth as well, we get into the last round of map 5, and then we go move on to our final map of the day, where we will finally lock in our top 2 teams of the group stage, and we will know who moves on and advances into the semifinals for next weekend's battle against Error 404 and Rome. I think I remember that correct.
No, side.
I think I'm right on that. I don't know, Sky. Correct me if I'm wrong. Do the research.
Oh. What was the question?
The winners of yesterday. I believe it was
Oh, yeah.
Error 404.
We got this, guys. Come on.
That is correct.
Back into the action we go, though, for round number 7. Going the distance here on Snow Peak as Scooby-Doo does... Oh, we saw that C4 before.
Great.
Tosses a C4 out. Not happy with its placement. You can hear them say 0 for 4 on their C4 placement. Another early C4 detonation because it clips through the wall. And so he's...
Beta 5.
It's a struggle. You know, I like to see at least boss fight again maintaining to that competitive integrity and sticking to the rules. If a C4 goes through, you know, a piece of terrain,
Your asset.
yeah, they are detonating it and not just leaving it there or utilizing it. And it's nice to see from a top team and expected, I suppose, from a squad like Boss Fight who has been around for a while. They definitely hold the integrity of the league highly. So either way, a interesting little note. It's why, again, these C4s get detonated. Although we still do have Scoobies here, we'll see if it is effective. Scoobies, like they said, was not happy with the placement, so it might not be low enough to actually catch out any rotators.
Yes, mate.
And what an interesting setup from Boss Fight. There's really not a lot of people inside the objective building, is there?
No, they are really focused on catching out these attackers early on before they get set up around the building. Scooby's going to have 2 to deal with here in a moment. Smoes and Raph. The duo. Scooby finds 1. Not quite going to find Raph, who's just outside the blast area. And now Scooby rotates off. Ooh, an interesting spot to rotate to behind that little column. If he holds there, it could be a great ambush point late round.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing you do see is once those shots are taken and once Scooby presents that threat, they instantly drop back. There is no sticking around onto that position and risking any sort of counter nade or anything like that. Counter flash, which does come in. And because Scooby is tucked back in, it's a little bit of a confusing time for beginners. They really have to be careful and clear a lot of potential threats, which costs them...
Stray Jack coming around the corner.
Utility. Stray Jack does find Scooby, though. And we're into a 4v4. Boss Fight going to have to defend from what seems to be an outside press. Woods does just that. Shuts down Stray Jack trying to check the door.
Now the 3-man push from beginners over on the north side. With smoke just perfectly blocking the doorway and the grenade hitting the column. Not gonna find Archer. Woods popping out, finding cause, instantly refrag though. The flashbang just missing Archer once again, not being affected by all this utility. And now just down to the duo, Raph and Seaquick on the outside of the objective building.
I have to see how they decide to work up inside this doorway. If they do try and sync up and time their push, or if this is it and map 1 goes into the hands of Boss Fight. It comes down to this final moment, the final 2 minutes of round 7 here. And we get to see who the superior Snow Peak master is. Archer's there, they challenge Seaquick.
Run out. Who has more ammo? Archer does with the PKM, Free Fire, and Legel finds Raph breaching him from the other side. Well-timed assault, but not enough numbers as Boss Fight come out on top of Snow Peak in map number 1.
Now that is a hard win to lock in. I mean, you know, Boss Fight had a lead for a long time. You know, they were up 3-1 for a good bit there on that map, and beginners just constantly battled back, chipped away at them, and brought it into a round 7. And even then, it took a lot of effort to lock in that final round win. You know, if beginners can stay focused, and they certainly can, they have the experience and they have the game knowledge, the stamina to continue to play and, you know, into this final map, 6th map of the day. They really do have a chance to keep this tied. If beginners can win on their map pick, then we have both of these teams at 4-2. It then depends on how Raptors have played. If they have managed to secure a 4-2, and if that's the case, we could have a 3-way tie to determine who is first and second in this group stage and who is advancing on to the semis and finals. So we really do have to wait and see what the other score lines are. Sky, maybe you can go and look and check out how Raptors are doing against Dead Logic right now. But either way, Dead Logic are out. They have lost too many rounds so far in this group stage. And it makes me wonder if they will play spoiler to Raptors, or if Raptors will be able to get 2 W's out from underneath a demoralized Dead Logic team. There are big question marks up in the air as we get into, well, our final map of the afternoon. We're waiting now, again, for beginners to pick the map, as this was Boss Fight's map pick, if I'm correct in that. I believe Boss Fight are the home team.
Yep, that is correct.
And so we now go to beginner's map choice. Looks like it's going to be Bazaar. Subway.
Interesting choice, considering they just fought Raptors on it.
Yeah, what?
And didn't take it.
Yeah, they lost, but they did have the lead.
Close.
Yeah, it was a close battle on Bazaar. Maybe beginners feeling like it was a fluke of a performance from them, and you know it also matters in that they do have, again, a lot of experience against each other. So there also could be that being factored in. You know, beginners maybe know that Boss Fight aren't as good as they are on Bazaar.
So actually a bit of a twist. Boss Fight chose this map. Beginners chose the Volk side.
Interesting.
So it's actually, instead of a map choice, they did a side choice.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. Yeah, unless we're wrong on who picked Snow Peak, but I think that is the case. And it's something that I'm not surprised to see, because they do have 2 bands apiece. We're only showing 1 on screen, but there is 2 bands for each team. And so there's a very limited amount of maps to choose from. If you know, well, there's only these 3 maps that we could play, and we're good on all of them, let's start Volk, then that is a interesting decision to be making, to start on the defensive side and try and use that defensive advantage. We talk about this. We haven't talked about it today. Within the sort of competitive community, there is a consensus that the Volk side, the defending team, has an advantage because they simply have to defend the objective. I say simply, but that's the idea, right? You simply have to defend the objective, set up a strong kill box, all of your lines of sight, preventing any entry, and defend the OBJ. That mentality, that sort of idea of Volk advantage does change from objective to objective and from map to map. Some maps favor have objectives that seem to favor the defense. That could mean that there's a wall to the defense's back, or the objective's out in the open and it's hard to capture. There's a lot of different variables that determine whether an objective or a map is a Volk favored map. Bazaar is a map that I think is very even split. I think any objective can be captured, any objective can be defended. There's a variety of ways to do both of those things, and it's taking the defensive side is not necessarily a guarantee of success. The idea by doing this is that you would win your defensive round and then lose your attacking round. If you do that, you get down into round 7 where you are then on the defense. You essentially trade down rounds all the way to round 7 where you are the final. It is the final round to be played and you are on that defensive side. That's what beginners are going for here by choosing defense to start. It is an interesting pick, and we may see some subs as well. I'm looking at the boss fight side, and we do. Legal is out. The Woods brothers are in. And I think that is it. Over on beginners, we're waiting for a 5th to connect, but so far, it seems to be the standard roster that they've been using in Snow Peak. I wonder if they will bring in a sub here to try and maybe. There's a variety of reasons why you bring in a sub, right, Sky?
Oh, yeah. It could be maybe one person having issues, needs to charge the headset. Maybe they had to go do something. Maybe they're just not feeling like that they provided enough in the previous map, and they feel like maybe if they bring somebody else in, they'll be able to provide more. Yeah. Maybe it's just not their favorite map. The list just goes on and on.
Yeah, there's a large variety of reasons as to why you would want to bring in a sub, and it's why Boss Fight do maybe not why, but Boss Fight certainly do prioritize having and utilizing their full 8-player roster by bringing in those subs and utilizing them for certain scenarios. I don't think we do get a sub on beginners. Lon Wick has connected. I think they were in last round.
Lon Wick was not.
Not? Yeah, I don't actually.
It.
Who would they sub in for?
Oh goodness, asking the tough questions.
I know. I know. We don't have a.
We remember that pause.
Oh yeah, you're right. Pause has been subbed out for Lon Wick, so both teams bringing in some fresh elements to try and boost and maybe bolster the morale, but also bring in that expertise for this bizarre map. Should be diving in to our final few rounds of today, of this entire round robin stage. The final few rounds determine who our final 2 teams are that are going to be moving on to the semifinals, which will be next weekend. As a reminder, that's going to be live on this channel, twitch.tv/VR Master League, also live on YouTube, Facebook, and Horizon Venues. Pre-show starts at 9:30 a.m. PST, matches to begin at 10, and it is going to be nuts. Error 404, a new team in Season 11. This is their 2nd season, and they've managed to work their way up through that round robin in commanding fashion, going 4-0 out the gate and then losing 2, but still playing very good. And Rome, who I don't think anybody had chosen as one of the two teams that would advance when we were doing our pre-show predictions, but they get to battle against the winners here. Whether that's beginners, boss fight, or raptors, that's still yet to be determined. As we get into the action for map number 6, a long day of Onward. We're coming in at over 5 hours of being live. Roughly about 4.5 of these guys playing and battling it out. That's 2 full series of regular season, if it was a regular season match, and it is definitely a test of these squads. We'll just get to see who passes it.
Lots of smoke coming out to defend
They
or
just
to
crossed,
conceal this cross.
Go, 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 go.
The defense going to be well aware that they are now in the southwest. It can be a matter of do they adjust for it.
Remember last time
Like they already have
over
coverage
G
in that
buildings.
direction. Blonde Wick can be the first one to engage.
And I mean, there's a lot of research that goes into these rounds. Just heard coming in over the comms from Boss Fight. Remember that there was a defender on this position before, and so they're watching video footage. They're remembering where they got shot from the last time they played this team on this objective, and it really does come down to a lot of experience and game knowledge and obviously research done to go back and watch footage and analyze your opponent. But trade happens there, and it opens up the south quite significantly for Sayonara and anybody else that wants to advance up to this objective through this south street.
Yeah, that peek from Woods for that trade was very intentional. He was specifically looking for Wick in that half wall from that window.
I don't know where our guy just died. I think it was... No idea.
Oh, radar head way out
One
in the
down
north.
east, courtyard.
That's going to take down their kind of wild card flank over on the edge and going to deny them a north-south pinch.
Yeah. Now down to the trio here in this south side. Scooby still sort of looking up through the middle, but they'll have to worry about Raffaello if they do want to challenge and push up across that street. It looks like for now beginners have a nice lockdown around the entry up to their objective. The trouble is, of course, is if this duo can work in behind this defense and gain some control back behind the southwest wall, it would not be where you'd want an attacker, that's for sure.
Focus
I'm
on north. I'll
wondering
watch
if
south
this
for now.
south duo just completely gets around Smalls and Seaquick. Oh, they got Stray Jack looking down the end from the southeast or from the northeast. That's going to be the line they have to deal with.
Smoke is there. The unit is in question.
So the smoke gave away where Sayonara was, and I think Smoils was able to react off of that because he ended up looking back and finding the side of him. And Woods, not in a position for a refrag, lets the kill go unanswered. Now into the 2v4.
Echo 3, one dead side.
Utility going out just to put a little bit of pressure towards Smoils. But Seaquick is also there. Oh no, he's in the blue room. So it's up to Smoils to defend himself against Woods and Scooby. He finds Scooby through the window.
Yeah, this is a good bit of defense coming in from beginners, and now Woods is all alone, trying to work up towards this objective side. And the south push was a nice idea from Boss Fight. They had the smokes. They trying something different than what we really have seen almost every team try on this objective, which is to push up through the center and from that north side, but it hasn't quite worked out. Woods is still looking for kills. They could clutch the 1v4, but that is a tall order ahead of them.
Yeah, coming down on the 60-second mark.
Oh.
Oh, and the drop
he
down
shoots it.
exposes him to Smoles' line through the window. Beginners take the first point on Boss Fight's map pick.
Maybe that side choice will end up paying off for them. We'll have to see, but either way, they do start up 1-0. This objective, definitely a tough one to capture, definitely a tough one to win on Marsoc's side, so not surprised to see it go into the Marsoc hands. When we talk about the advantage in objectives and how they can change that, I feel like this is probably at least a 60-40 favor towards the Volk side on that objective in particular. It is pretty tough to get to, and even if you get up to it, you have to, there's so many different angles that the defense can hold very close to that tank, and it does make it a challenge to ever be confident that you can push up onto the objective. But I have seen it done. It does take, if you do find the right picks and there's the wrong defense, it can net in 2 points, but I doubt beginners really have that on their mind right now, as they just need to get one map here today. They cannot let Boss Fight take 2 away from them. That puts them in a position that they do not want to be in. And again, we have to look at where the Raptors are currently to get an idea of where this could lie. I'll try and pull up here.
Having someone mini bazaar, 100%. And
It looks
Scooby
like
can
4-0. I think they're between maps.
There's a couple times Scooby likes staying at that red.
But I think that was in favor of Raptors. And so we'll have to see how their second map plays out, but they're on track for that 4-2.
You already made it. I'm speaking. Did you get him? No.
Shots coming out early from both sides, 30
southwest.
seconds in, neither of which can quite find their mark. However, it's a lot of information to go off of for both teams. I see Wood's position very well known now to the beginners attack team.
All that setup phase that we're waiting for here is Raffaello and, well, just Raff really, poke and prod up through this main street. The rest of the team has worked around to the north and south, the edges of the map, and they're going to be trying to advance up into the corners and work around to the backside of this objective. Strajak likely wanting to get into this far northeast corner. That'll be tough unless they have smokes to deny Little Sayonara vision. And as I say that, here they come. Those are pretty good. Those are very good smokes. They do go for the cross. It is risky. Ooh, they're gonna
If he's gonna move it.
Yeah. Oh, I like the play though. They know. Wow, that's so smart. They know where that. They knew where that defender was because the shots came out through the smoke. They then relocated it to cover radar's vision, and then they suppressed the angle that they just opened up as they crossed. I mean, that's a really nice play for Strajak to work their way across that street and prevent both radar and Little Sayonara from being able to take them out on the cross.
What you're going to see out of players at this level. It's why they're here, and it's why we're here to watch it.
Learn a thing or two. That's for dang sure. A lot of utility coming out in the direction of Icy Woods and Scooby-Doo, but nothing connecting. And, you know, I thought this spot was unique, but now I'm seeing it taken up by nearly everybody as they tuck in and wait for players to try and push into the blue room. And it almost feels like players don't even want to go into the blue room anymore because of this really potential threat that's present here. Nades and utility, and it is not a easy building to be taking, but it's an important one that they'll need, and so it's just almost a standoff.
As we tick down past the 3-minute mark, beginners just slowly, meticulously working their way through, trying to gather any information they can on where the boss fight defense is, so when they do eventually make their move, they can do so confidently. And here it comes, 2 going down, Radar and Scooby, both going down at the same time.
Oh.
And now beginners have a solid approach.
Look at all the smokes. Woods' vision is denied, so C-Quick can rotate around and get a deeper angle. Sayanora's vision isn't denied, but I see Woods is on some sort of aggressive rotation. They find one, they find 2. Oh, they pop out from their tucked-in corner. The smoke dissipates, and just like that, 2 go down. Oh, Woods 43.
Right on objective.
Huge.
Raph still looking for Icy Woods, just can't quite find him.
Oh, sees the barrel, knows Woods is there.
Ooh.
If there was ever a doubt.
Wick about to poke out of the bar section. Woods ready for him. Oh, but Woods drops off the angle just before, and Wick also rotates off.
These. Raph almost found some shots there as well, and everybody is just inches away from shooting at each other successfully, but for now it's poking and prodding. 50 seconds left, though, and poking and prodding won't be enough. They're going to have to find some kills if they want to be able to work up to the objective. Little synchronized dive off of the edges there from the beginners team. Showcasing their coordination. Woods 43 in this deep angle will really throw off Longwick. Oh, that's catch one. Quick refrag. 12 seconds left. Raph catches one. Objectives open. Can they get past? They do. Does Tablet come out in time? 5 seconds left. They can't cap. They go out for the shots. They can't connect with Woods. Time ticks down. Boss fight just ends.
Wow.
And Raph finds the final kill, but it's not in time. We're all tied up 1 apiece in our final map of the day.
What a finish. I think that's the first round we've seen go to time today. But man, all of them have been close.
There's a lot of speculation going on in chat, Sky, and I don't blame them. That's what happens. That's what I'm doing mentally in my head, but it is all speculation. We just gotta wait and see how these rounds shake out. And well, that's the beauty of tuning in to the round robin, is that all of these rounds are so intense. All of these maps are so intense. It's these teams competing for that prize pool. It's these teams competing to extend their season one more weekend. And nobody wants to go home tonight, Sky. Nobody wants to go home right now. It is putting everything on the line. So crazy to see a near. I mean, they had 5 seconds to cap, and that was it. I also don't blame them going for the kill. It's kind of smart because they know that they were a threat to a cap, but they weren't confident in their cap time. So instead, they swing out trying to catch Woods on the rotation, and Woods is just fortunate enough that they get in behind some cover before they get shot. I mean, that could have been beginners up and out on Bazaar 2-0 on their map pick, but wow, what a crazy round end. And we swap objectives. Go to the other side of the map, all the way over to the west, and we get to see how beginners defend this one.
Here we go into the boss fight attack here on the far west objective. See if they grab these early lines and catch any beginners rotating into mini market.
As a frequent immediate peak.
Doesn't look like any out of the ordinary aggressions. Pretty standard positions. Woods trying to catch anybody out through that window, looking down into all the way to the other side of technically the north wall. You can see all the way through that mini bazaar. It gives you a nice line, like you said before. I think a tripwire angle here, where as soon as someone crosses, you take those shots. It's a very small slice, but if you're quick on the reflexes, you can tag down your opponent on that cross, and so that's what Woods is looking for down that long lane. They're also checking the windows if they get so bold. Otherwise, everybody else is in very standard spots. Radar behind red truck, just looking over the top, waiting for the rest of the team to get into position before they start to draw attention and eventually push forward towards objective. That will be about 2.5 minutes from now. Simply because of the pace and where Scooby and Woods are, it will take them some time to work all the way up to positions like Lawnwick's.
Moyle's going to be the one to defend the radar head on the red truck. It would not be in Smoyles' best interest to peek around this corner.
Yeah, they will. All of that wood might look like nice cover, but it's all penetrable. So Smoyles doesn't have the option really to get out there and defend and utilize that 3/4 cover of the wood. That's why they're tucked into this cement corner here. And that's why they're just taking quick peeks around the edge to see if they spot anything instead of being vulnerable to suppressive fire. Smokes come in from radar. I wonder if those will be good enough. Well, they certainly are. Nobody's even watching radar head here, as Lawnwick is definitely challenging the majority of this boss fight offense. It does not work out for them. Sayonara finds the kill. Woods was about to drop down for the flank. And boss fight are almost ready to push up to objective with radar head pretty close to blue room.
Woods now has control of the blue alley. Raph in the same position he held against Raptors. Gonna be the one to have to poke out and maybe aggress this attack. Looks like Woods is going to push the same spot that Soldiers did against him. Oh man. And once again, we're into a pause.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Raph just timed it a little too late, but then he goes in for a second and finds Icy Woods.
That's a bit concerning for Scooby and Woods 43 to have enemy shots behind you. It definitely... Oh, wow. It does not put too big of a pause in your play. Nice scoop up there from Woods 43. Radar stealth ops behind. Catches one. Smoyles is going to rotate around, but they're a little bit too late. Radar hears the footsteps. They find that kill. Beginners are just down to Strayjak. Can boss fight push up for a cap is the question. Strayjak finds one. Do they know they're all alone? Radar heads on OBJ. No, they're not. They're not there yet. Strayjak is crossing. Sayonara misses the shots, and Strayjak's here to defend a cap. Radar head's going to be maybe a little bit too late as Strayjak gets stuck in the smoke and out of ammo. Gets the gun to shoot, and Radar head takes the shots. Boss fight will take a Marsoc round and go up 2-1,
Wow.
but that could have been bad news for beginners.
Man, down to the teeth on that one as Boss Fight expertly take down each defensive position one at a time. Radar Head with a nice little ninja move into the blue room, taking down Seaquick, and then just waiting for Smoils on his rotation, catches him coming through the door, and then Raph also managing to take down, can't remember which one it was next to him.
Yeah.
And then almost tried to slow down Scooby and Icy Woods next to him.
Hectic for sure, and not, I think, what I was expecting there from the beginners defense, especially with beginners trying to pick into that Volk side. Well, Boss Fight managed to just kind of disrupt that whole plan. Now beginners kind of lose that back and forth trade that they were hoping for, unless they can get themselves this Marsoc win, in which case they can sort of even the odds back into their favor. Still, though, that will be a tough task, because this objective definitely not an easy one to cap on. And I really am surprised to see such a powerful Marsoc round from Boss Fight against a team like beginners. Really just good coordination and nice timing. Good sneak moves from Radar to get the kills from behind. I mean, overall, just a solid job on offense. Beginners now get their chance to do the same, and we'll see if they can as we get into round number 4 of our final map of the day.
Scooby, talk.
Bit of a different spawn coming out from beginners instead of spawning on the street now.
Yeah.
We'll see how that affects their approach.
Unless you're into that kind of thing, I don't know.
Yeah, I see it. Yep, yeah, got it.
Standard stuff from Boss Fight. They all set up to hold their lines, and beginners take their time, making sure nobody's going to get aggressive or throw any curveballs at them on defense. They're looking down into the Kayat building just to make sure nobody pushes up. And Boss Fight definitely do not intend to risk anything here on defense. They are very passive, very tucked in, waiting for beginners to eventually get in all the way up to that street across from objective and then challenge the objective. Boss Fight are allowing that to happen. It's part of their defensive strategy. It is a late angle hold defensive strategy, and they have a few early lines, like you see from Scooby-Doo, who's deep there and waiting for anyone to check the stairs. But they are really just going to be holding that final street that the team has to cross to get to objective. It is a risky strategy in that if they put out some good smokes, a good suppression, you know, you can get through these lines. These gaps are not very big. They are smokable. And so we'll have to see if beginners throw that out there, or I'm sure that's part of their plan. But if they have that utility left is the question. If they use it to get up closer to the objective, there's so many what ifs right now, and we really won't know for another 2 minutes time until beginners do get closer up to that OBJ.
We haven't seen much use of the north yet. I'm wondering if that's going to be Wick's final approach. If it is, it's going to be Cyanora that's going to have to deal with it, with Woods next to him ready to swing if anything goes wrong. But other than that, yeah, the rest of the beginners team is just taking it so slow, which is a matter of gaining the amount of real estate they need. Boss Fight, with how condensed they are, they're going to allow beginners to gain a lot of room and a lot of staging room, which could work in favor for beginners.
Oh, I have confirmation, Sky. Raptors are 4-2.
Yes.
They have taken the 2 maps.
Both their maps, and so, oh boy, this is a big round here. There's a lot of math that I'm sure is going to be going on, a lot of calculations that'll need to happen if we end up having beginners win this map. Otherwise, I think it is boss fight and Raptors if boss fight win. Yeah, that's right, because beginners will be 3 and 3. Or 3 and... yeah. So, Raptors obviously rooting for boss fight. If they're coming in off of their 2 wins, they're certainly watching the action now, and I expect to see some cheers from the Raptors team for boss fight to come out on top here. That's at least the easiest way for them to advance. There still could be other ways if we do end up having beginners win and we do get into a tie. We're getting there as beginners are advancing forward, and Woods finds the first kill. Smoyle's putting out suppressive fire into the south. Doesn't do much. Strazak right here waiting for Woods. Catches Woods on the rotation.
Now down 4-4. Strazak has the back end, but Scooby-Doo and Little Sayonara adjusting to this. Little Sayonara gets really aggressive to challenge Strazak, and the trade comes out. And now Radar Head finding Raph down the center.
Big kill there from Radar Head.
Out.
Echo 1, don't know which one. Sorry, Echo 3.
Absolutely key.
But Echo, stop.
The cross is open.
Echo.
If Sequick goes for the garage right now.
Oh.
And goes for the cap, he takes down Little Sayonara. But
Minute
still,
15.
nobody is watching the cross to the inside of that room next to the objective. I see Woods moving to cover that gap, maybe.
They really have to focus on gathering themselves as a team, making sure they're all aware of their movements and staying together. It seems that beginners are coordinated on their efforts to pinch onto this objective side. Sequick's in the back. They've made a call out.
Sounds like he's the back looking south.
That gives their position away. Icy Woods peeks out, doesn't connect. Sequick wins that negotiation. We're into a 2-2. 40 seconds left. Smoyles finds the kill on objective. Does Tablet come out in time from Smoyles is the question. No, they heal, they drop back, they stay tucked in. Radar's down and Resable, so they can radio in if anything's happening. And time is ticking down. Scooby's going to go for the res. It's so risky. They're suppressed behind the pillar. They fly out, they find the kill, and boss fight are the champions. Well, not the champions, but they win the round and go up 3-1. Sky the Chaos.
Nightfire getting ahead of himself there. But yes, they do. They do come out.
Round. How about that?
Yes. Yes. Wow. What a... I mean, beginners were looking good, then boss fight were looking good, the beginners were looking good again. Just a couple key moments to decide that round for boss fight. And now, up 3-1 into a new objective. All they need to do is kill all the defenders, and they will take this map.
Seeing some interesting predictions in chat about beginners winning this one decisive. Sure, they're second guessing that prediction now after a solid round there from boss fight. Well, I suppose not terribly solid. pretty,
a little squishy.
Yes, indeed it was. We now go to... I don't know how you feel about this one. I feel like this objective, the southeast OBJ inside that mini courtyard, I feel like this one is pretty easy. I don't know about easy, but it is defendable. You know, I don't often see a Marsoc team successfully cap this objective. To cap it, you really have to smoke it. There's no other way around it, unless you're just going to cap in the open. And even if you have the smoke, you're still in the middle of the open. And so we talked about certain objectives being hard or easy to defend. I think this one lends itself into that defensive side a little bit. So beginners may be able to put a round up here on the board, bounce back into this, but boss fighters staring down the opportunity to guarantee their advancement into the semifinals. And I'm sure that they want it. Not only that, but they would eliminate beginners from the opportunity of competing in the semifinals. It would be boss fight and Raptors moving on. There is a lot of pressure on the line here, and We'll see how the setup from defense works, how boss fight attack
They
this
spawned east,
objective.
one went back to Kaya. They
Call
spawned
out
east
coming
somehow.
in from boss
Like,
fight,
northeast.
and
What the fuck?
it's interesting. They get the typically fast spawn and instead go to the other side of the map away from the defense to start and set up for a shift both across from the south side and from the center.
I've not seen anyone crossing the south yet, I don't think, but that doesn't mean they haven't. I'm going to start rotating to join you guys now for the south cross.
Interesting defensive setup that beginners are throwing out with Raph way out in the northeast, nowhere near the objective. Going to be interesting to see how that position is actually utilized and when he decides to rotate back, as that could potentially be a rear flank if used correctly.
There is no reward without a risk, and Raffalo is certainly looking to take that risk because, like you say, super far away from the objective. If there was suddenly a full team press up through the center, imagine all 5 of boss fights smoking up and charging Smoils, and somehow they win in their fights. It's bad news, and Raph is too far away to prevent a cap. Granted, boss fight don't need a cap; they just need to kill their opponents. But still, that could be the way that they lock in this final map. But again, there could be a potential reward, and that Raph could find the backs of several attackers if they're patient enough and time things properly. It is all a matter of onward timing, as we do patiently wait for boss fights to work through the setup phase of this round. And like I said before, it's probably not going to be until the 2-minute mark that we really start to see things start to unravel.
Lots of comms coming out from the boss fight squad. Just trying to weed out the defense and gather any intel they can. Again, they want to, when they go into their execution stage, they want as much information as they can gather.
We talked about communication being a key element in any top team, and no surprise that we're seeing it really on display here today from both squads. We've heard a lot of very in-depth comms, I think, is one thing to really know. You know, they are very specific and accurate about their communication, and that is an important element, and, you know, obviously making that communication effective. Otherwise, it can end up hurting you. If you have bad comms, it can give you false sense of confidence. If you think you've killed a player and you haven't, it can give you a wrong kill count. There are negatives to being inaccurate on your communication, and so there is, you know, all these nuances to the high level of Onward that I just love to dig into, and you really only get, well, not only, but you really get to when you see the top teams play, because you get to recognize the difference in these comms. Woods 43 has worked up into the south. Shots are coming in from Sai and Nora, and as you hear, just pre-firing, just to draw attention, just to check a spot and make sure no one was there.
And nobody there was, as both teams still 5 up on the 2-minute mark. We're getting ready for the cliche execution time here.
I think meta is the word you're looking for there. The meta timing of Onward competitive here. We get down now into the 1.5 minutes. They are going to have to move. The boss fight are going to have to execute their play here. They're going to have to work in the Lonwick's line of sight, and Lonwick does take their first shots from this corner. Woods 43 now has that information. Radar Head and Smoils trade up through the center, and instantly you see some rotations come in. Quick crashes back to the objective. A quick double kill from Woods as they find Smoils looking for the res. Objective becomes open just like that, but a kill from Lonwick evens the odds. We're tied 3-3. Scooby-Doo working their way down. Raph trying to crash back from their extended position. Will they make it in time? Lonwick gets rid of another one. Scooby is walking the smoke, and does Raph recognize this? They don't. They go down over the back. Scooby continues to walk the smoke as we're into a 2v2 finally, Seaquick puts rounds onto it and finds the kill. Both Lonwick and Seaquick rotating to the same position. They trade with Sayonara, and Beginners with Seaquick left alive take their defensive round and stay in it.
Wow.
Word on the street is if Beginners win this, Raptors are out, and it is Boss Fight and Beginners moving on. That's how the overall scores in rounds 1 should shake out if everyone's done their math correctly. Chad, I'm trusting you, which is a risk, but hey, I can't do math, so who else is gonna do it? It seems right to me, but again, we really won't obviously know until we see the final round of this map. We're not there yet, as Boss Fight do go onto defense, do push out that map point yet again, but technically so do Beginners. If they manage to secure a cap on this objective somehow, they will take this map. I don't see a cap happening, but I'm not counting Beginners out to take this Marsoc round. We could head to a round 7 decider for this second map. And,
wow.
If there wouldn't be a more exciting way to wrap up the round robin Group B than that. It would be the perfect send-off for the semifinals, which, as a reminder, are next weekend, starting Saturday at 9:30 a.m. PST, right here and on Horizon Venues, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. Find it all. We'll be live everywhere. I guess not Twitter, but definitely Facebook and YouTube. You can always catch the Onward action on any of your favorite platforms. That's the beauty of the postseason. We've had time now between rounds to chat with these the teams have, and we go back into it for what could be map point. If Boss Fight can manage to lock this in.
They are at the end of the alley. I see movement.
We'll have to see if Beginners. Oh wow! What? What a. They saw movement through the gap across this, all the way down through the wood, and they knew their spawn right away and utilized that to set up their initial defense.
The map knowledge required for that peak. Crazy, I've never seen that.
One's in that southeast corner. You made it there.
And just be able to see.
One cross southeast.
Impressive.
There's an objective like that on Downfall. Where you have to stay prone when you spawn if you want to avoid detection. And, you should avoid being exposed to that tiny slice of, through the wood, through the alley. I mean, this is what they saw movement through. It's crazy, but hey, solid eyes. They know what they're looking for. They have thousands of hours, in some cases, in this game, and they can recognize a difference in a pixel when there shouldn't be a pixel there because they've memorized every pixel on these maps.
Interesting defense once again coming out. Radar head taking the stairs over on the northeast. Again, very far from the objective. Oh, and it pays off finding one Seaquick.
Echo 4
Not
killed one
prepared
in
for that kind of an angle for this particular
southwest
objective.
Echo, stop.
I think Radar's talking to his dog. I've heard him say Echo stop several times.
No, his Alexa device probably. One of the wake words for the Alexa devices is Echo. So every time he makes a call out for the Echo or how many enemies there are, I think it's activating.
Yeah, he might be resible, that guy down.
Apologies to anybody that Sky's just activated with saying it for. Apologies to anybody that's had it activated over the course of the series. I wonder if that is what's happening, but either way, it is kind of funny that Radar has to tell it to stop. As they tuck into a bit of an unorthodox position. The press of fire comes in from a few folks. Smoyle's no surprise, as they dump rounds downrange to try and draw attention. and just clear out a few extra positions to make sure it's all safe. Oh, look at this radar.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow,
on,
what a
North
rotation
Road.
to find Wick
Echo 3.
on that rotation. Up in the north. Interesting that he would take that, though, knowing Sayonara also had that angle.
Really smart rotation there. And again, off meta, not expected by the defense. They're not checking that wall corner. And so a solid W there for Radar. Beginners in a bad spot. A must-win round to keep this thing alive. I mean, they have to win to advance, plain and simple. If they lose here, they are out of Season 12 postseason.
Okay.
When has beginners
I don't know.
been out?
I think they've been eliminated
If at
once in
all.
round robin, but I could be wrong. I don't know if they've ever been eliminated in round robin. I think they've always made it to the semifinals. I'm sure chat will correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I think they've always made it to the semis. So this could be them looking at their first time, their first elimination out of round robin as Radar connects with Smoils and chops Beginner's chances down to success to just one. It's all up to Strayjack. Scooby catches the kill. Sayonara finishes off Beginners, and Boss Fight will take both away from Beginners.
Wow.
They will spoil
5 up.
the Beginner's chance at moving on, and it will be Boss Fight and Raptors advancing in to the semifinals next weekend. That means we have Error 404, Rome, Boss Fight, and Raptors. A dead even NA EU battle in the semifinals. It doesn't get much better than that, Sky. This is going to be... Or no, excuse me. There's an NA favor, isn't it? No, it's not. Yes, it is. Rome's NA.
Rome is NA.
Yeah, so it's a 3-1 NA favor, I suppose. But still, will be incredibly exciting. Congratulations to both Boss Fight and Raptors. I'm pretty sure I'm on like 95% sure that is the outcome. You can check the bracket to be 100% sure. Either way, a great set of battles here this afternoon, Sky. I had a fantastic time tuning in and catching this action, and I am super hyped for next weekend. Give me your final thoughts on today's action.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a good.
I don't know if there's much more past that, Nightfire.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow, I certainly saw that several times in chat. I'm sure it was yelled out several times in venues. Stellar
That's the
stuff. Super fun to tune into. So glad. Well, it's what I expected out of Season 12. The whole season, casting these games, it's been so fun. And I'm not surprised that we get an absolute amazing Group B here to round things off and take us in to what is going to be an amazing semifinals and finals. Again, next weekend, 9:30 a.m. PST, 10 a.m. with the gameplay. A quick shout out to our sponsors who are contributing in to the $10,000 prize pool in cash and hardware on the line. Those sponsors are HyperX, ProTube VR, VR Cover, VRWare, VRML, Arma, and myself. All coming in and supporting the VR Master League Onward Season 12 and driving up that prize pool to, like I said, $7,000 in cash, $3,000 in hardware for a total in $10,000 in cash and hardware on the line next weekend. Sky, it's going to be so intense. The pressure is going to be on, and I cannot wait to dive into those matchups. It's just 5 days away. But that will be it for us here this afternoon. We do round off the evening with a stellar battle, and I have no final words other than, like Sky said, wow. Thank you so much to everybody tuning in across all of the platforms, whether it's Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, or Horizon venues. We do appreciate your support. My name's Ben, Nightfire with 2 E's, my co-caster, the Sky Joker. We will see you all next weekend, 9:30 a.m. PST, Saturday, to catch the pre-show. But until then, Stay classy.